A peaceful life is shattered in an instant when the heroine falls into a forest engulfed in flames. Having come to her senses, she understands that she needs to run. The instinct of self-preservation screams about danger. Suddenly, a mysterious young man appears, who inquires with cold curiosity about her condition. A terrifying guess pierces her consciousness, because the savior is the very same magician who destroyed her house. His gaze radiates absolute power and confidence, but the heroine cannot understand the motives of this cruel man. Instead of explanations, the young man makes Ariel a shocking marriage proposal. The story goes back in time to tell of an ancient witch who slept in her castle for 1,000 years. One day, her peace was disturbed by a handsome golden-haired prince who came to awaken her from her sleep. But instead of an adult man, a very small and defenseless child appeared before her. Not knowing what to do, the witch decides to take care of the young prince and raise him. The witch threw out the 15-year-old prince, naively believing that the young man would never return. Having gained strength and power, the prince wandered for many years in search of his witch. The young man's path to the castle lay through thorns and battles with monsters, but nothing could stop the determined boy. 10 years later, the prince found his witch again, sleeping peacefully in her cradle. The joy of the meeting turned into betrayal. The guy burned the witch's house to the ground and proposed marriage. The story in the book ends on a happy note, but reality turns out to be much more complicated. Ariel's consciousness is pierced by a terrible guess that this children's fairy tale is actually the girl's own story. The young man coldly confirms Ariel's worst fears. A declaration of love sounds like a death sentence. The young man is ready to destroy his beloved. Before us appears Rickert Cedric Vendelium, Emperor of the Elysium Empire and the very prince from the fairy tale. Ariel Ashildr Louise Arundel, a powerful witch who inadvertently raised a cruel emperor. Rickert confronts the girl with an unthinkable choice between love and destruction, and the heroine chooses life. Ariel's eyes are filled with hope and doubt as to whether the lovers can truly live happily ever after. The emperor's answer sounds frighteningly ambiguous. Rickert guarantees only the final result. Outraged by the ambiguity, Ariel furiously attacks the emperor with a pillow. The heroine is not at all satisfied with such uncertainty. The witch demands clear answers from the guy. The emperor is amused by the witch's ardor. The young man, with a slight grin, avoids a direct answer. Confident in his rightness, the emperor suggests solving problems as they arise, gently playing with a lock of Ariel's hair. Memories take the heroine 15 years back, to a quiet and peaceful house in the middle of the forest. Then, Ariel fell into a deep sleep, from which she had no intention of returning. Ariel's awakening is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a golden-haired boy. The girl comes to from a long sleep and looks at the uninvited guest with bewilderment. The boy's angelic appearance momentarily misleads the witch. Childish innocence turns into cruel curiosity when a young man threatens to cut the heroine's throat. Ariel tries to explain the basics of human anatomy to the crazy child with a forced smile. The future emperor Rickert Cedric Vendelium absorbs new information with frightening innocence. The cursed golden-haired boy becomes the turning point in the witch's eternal life. Ariel's peace is disturbed. The young prince enters the monster's lair without fear. The enchanted forest is full of monsters, and time itself flows more slowly here, protecting its mistress. Princess Arundel, the great witch, lived in seclusion in her cozy home in the middle of this cursed forest. A magical seal has chained Ariel to the forest, condemning her to centuries of uninterrupted sleep. The rare moments of wakefulness brought only temporary relief from the endless loneliness. The first thing the girl does after waking up is always check the condition of the magic circles that support the barrier. The world's safety depends on the dimensional door that Ariel is tasked with protecting. The witch devotes short periods of wakefulness to magical research, making up for lost time. Even a powerful witch is powerless against a stubborn door that refuses to obey orders. A roar shatters the silence of the forest as an unknown force smashes the recalcitrant door into splinters. A boy appears on the threshold, beaming with joy, completely unperturbed by the pogrom that had taken place. The child's clumsiness infuriates Ariel, and the witch has no intention of tolerating disorder in her home. The boy's question baffles the heroine. No one should have been able to pass through the forest's protective barrier. Ariel's rage flares at the boy's hypocritical statement. Threatening a stranger with a knife is much worse than a simple conversation. Rickert's innocent answer is disconcerting. His childish logic turns out to be frighteningly perverse. A fairy tale image pops into the boy's head, where a handsome prince awakens a princess with a kiss. The little prince tries to justify his actions with a naive belief in children's fairy tales. The boy's revelation horrifies Ariel. The attempted kiss turns out to be an attempt at strangulation. The only restraining factor for Rickert is his mother's prohibition, but the disappointment in his eyes reveals his true desires. The sinister methods of awakening continue. The boy proudly tells of a plan to smash his head with a stone, which only elicits a sarcastic grin from the witch. Rickert, with a beaming smile, shows off the knife, his last and surest means of awakening. Glad it didn't come to that. Ariel's attempts to convey the basic truths to the boy are shattered by his shining and completely amoral nature. Suddenly, the young man demonstrates magic, mentioning the name of the great witch Ashildr and her miracles. An incredible discovery stuns Ariel. This child has somehow sensed her own magical power. The witch panics and grabs the boy, demanding an explanation of how he learned her real name and sensed magic. Hundreds of years passed outside the forest, and any traces of Ariel's existence should have long since disappeared from the world. The answer lies in the ancient magical ruins and relics that the boy discovered during his travels. Among the ancient artifacts, Rickert found magic circles that retained a piece of Ashildr's own power. The boy runs out of the house, leaving the bewildered witch alone on the balcony. Finding himself in the forest, Rickert absorbs powerful magic, attributing its preservation to the fact that time has stopped. Ariel watches in amazement as the very magic of the forest envelopes and embraces this strange child. Nature itself welcomes the magical abilities of the young prince, surrounding him with light and flowers. Suddenly, the boy interrupts the magical moment, hastily announcing his departure. The shining boy promises to return with toys, perceiving the magical forest as an ordinary playground. Rickert effortlessly activates the ancient magic circle and disappears in a blinding flash of light. Ariel stands in amazement, realizing the incredible level of magic the child has demonstrated. The realization of the boy's genius frightens the witch. Only the highest-level magicians possess such power. Ariel decides to ignore the genius child as a temporary inconvenience, but is immediately confronted by a tree monster. The girl angrily scolds the tree monster for failing to protect the forest from outsiders. The uninvited guest returns, his radiant presence making any attempts to ignore him completely pointless. The witch, feigning calm, asks how the little boy managed to break through the magically reinforced door. The tree guard confirms the witch's suspicions, pointing to the boy as the sole culprit of the destruction. Ariel looks at the broken branch with concern, suspecting the boy of attacking the tree monster. Rickert's story sheds light on what happened. The tree monster broke its own branch, saving the boy from falling. This news puzzles the witch. Her faithful guard not only let the uninvited guest through, but also saved him. The magical forest that stops all strangers turns out to be defenseless against the children it instinctively loves. Nature itself accepts this child, sensing in the young man a kindred and very strong magic. The boy's magical power is so bright and pure that any magician can see it with the naked eye. The tree monster finally switches to the child's side, inviting the young magician to play together. Ariel's gaze accidentally catches on an old wound on the boy's cheek, clearly not received during play. The nature of the wound indicates a blow or cut, and the healed edges indicate that this is far from the first case. The boy's expensive clothes and well-groomed appearance contrast sharply with the marks of constant violence on his body. The only source of such cruelty can be the family, the people closest to the child. Ariel tries to brush off her worries, telling herself not to complicate an already confusing situation. The heroine compares the obsessive boy to a homeless golden puppy to dull her growing anxiety. The witch makes a firm decision to ignore the child, not paying attention to his wounds and beatings. Against her will, Ariel's gaze involuntarily follows the lonely figure of the boy. Rickert, with childish spontaneity, catches the witch's gaze, destroying all her attempts to maintain distance. Ariel consoles herself with the illusion that time will heal everything, and the boy will one day simply forget the way to her quiet forest. Fragile hope is shattered the moment Rickert appears on the doorstep, beaten and in tattered clothes. The boy's past turns out to be tragic. His mother, from a simple family, was just a pawn in cruel palace games. Loneliness became Rickert's usual environment. In the huge imperial palace, the young prince was simply not noticed. Even the servants in the palace whisper behind his back, preferring not to greet the little prince. Worse than complete indifference is the deliberate bullying by those who know about the boy's existence. The prince's main tormentor turns out to be Frederick Brian Vendelium, little Cedric's older half-brother. Ariel's heart sinks with anger at the sight of the bruises on the child's face and the realization that his brother was behind them. The boy talks about the fight with frightening calm, considering physical violence to be the norm, but still feels sorry for his face. A cold horror pierces Ariel as she asks with bated breath who this wounded child managed to kill. Rickard admits with icy calm that he simply wanted to kill his brother for constantly bullying him. The only obstacle to murder is once again his mother's prohibition, which the boy considers an annoying hindrance. The brother's cruelty leads to tragedy. A fall from a horse leaves Rickard injured, and an innocent animal is killed. The young prince speaks with cold fury of his brother's death as the best outcome, regretting only the death of his horse. The boy's words completely confuse the witch. The mother's prohibition against killing in such a situation seems increasingly strange. The boy's cruelty knows no bounds. His desire to gouge out his brother's eyes is stopped only by his mother's request not to make him disabled. Ariel struggles to hide her horror behind a forced smile, unable to believe the monstrous words of this child. The shining boy proudly declares his intention to restrain himself until adulthood, following his mother's advice. The only consolation for the witch is the fact that the boy at least listens to his mother's words. The boy's mother's entire life was dedicated to a desperate attempt to guide him on the right path and protect him from the fate of a villain. Admiring the woman's dedication, Ariel asks with genuine interest about the fate of this amazing mother. The boy's icy response to his mother's death is stunning. Her last wish was to protect people, not kill. Rickard, with unwavering determination, asserts that he sacredly honors the last will of his late mother. The witch's heart is filled with sorrow. The woman tried to contain the monster inside her child until her last breath. Ariel sadly thinks that the boy's angelic face hides deep scars that only a mother's love could heal. In an unexpected show of concern, the heroine offers the boy a lollipop, trying to find out if he has at least one protector. Understanding the depth of the child's loneliness, Ariel gives him a whole bowl of sweets, offering silent support. Flashbacks take us back to the day when an enraged Frederick bursts into the room, blaming Cedric for the horse's death. Icy hatred fills the gaze of the little prince, who only regrets that his brother did not die instead of the horse. A brutal scene of beating unfolds before our eyes. The older brother on crutches takes out his anger on the defenseless Cedric. Behind closed doors, the maids listen in fear to the screams of hatred, wishing the bastard prince a painful death. No one dares to interfere. The cowardly servants prefer to remain on the sidelines, knowing the cruel nature of the eldest prince. The contemptuous whispers of the ladies of the court reveal the true reason for the hatred. Cedric's mother was merely a servant from a poor family. The prince's status turns out to be an empty formality. His own father, the emperor, saw his son only a few times in his life. The direct threat of murder sounds like a death sentence. Frederick promises to finish off his brother at their next meeting. Beaten until he bleeds, the little prince lies on the floor, but does not show a drop of pain. Cedric's icy gaze pierces the offender as the boy defiantly asks if he's finished. Understanding the true cause of the boy's suffering falls upon Ariel. The low origin of the child's mother is to blame. After the death of his mother, the child was left in complete solitude. No one in the huge palace cared about the abuse of the young prince. Concern creeps into Ariel's voice when she asks about guardians, but the boy only has an indifferent servant. The servant's duties are limited to providing food and clothing, which comes as a bitter revelation to Ariel. The boy's childish spontaneity comes to the fore when he asks his new acquaintance for more candy. A revelation dawns on Ariel, and the witch finally understands that the forest has become the only refuge for this lonely child. The huge palace, full of people, only emphasizes the oppressive loneliness of the little prince. It seems that fate has prepared for the boy only the path of a loner, capable of surviving on his own, without anyone's help. Only in Ariel's magical forest can this wounded child laugh carefree, returning here again and again. The boy removes the bandage in surprise, discovering that the wound on his cheek has completely healed. Ariel gently touches the baby's cheek, amazed at the effectiveness of her homemade medicine. The boy's innocent remark about witches and medicine catches the heroine off guard, forcing her to deny her true nature. A simple childish question leaves Ariel stumped, forcing her to frantically search for a plausible answer. An internal panic grips the girl. Any wrong word will lead to uncomfortable questions about hundreds of years of life and unused magic. After much thought, the witch finds the only correct answer, asking the boy to simply call her by her first name. In response, the boy shares his innermost thoughts, allowing Ariel to call him by the affectionate nickname Seti, just as his mother once called him. Warmth fills Ariel's heart, and the girl gives Seti full rights to come to her forest to play whenever he wants. The witch's unexpected kindness causes surprise and a slight blush on the boy's cheeks, noticing her sincere smile. The usual way of life does not change. Seti still comes to the forest to play completely alone. The endless cycle of violence continues, and the boy returns with wounds he dismisses as nothing, despite Ariel's protests. The witch decides to end the child's suffering by immersing herself in the study of healing magic to create more powerful cures. Ariel watches the boy tenderly, knowing that their time together will not last forever. But for now, she can be there. Powerless to stop the beatings, the girl can only speed up the healing of the wounds, wanting to spare the little prince any pain. Caring becomes a habitual ritual, and after treating the wounds, Ariel sends the boy off to play with a smile. A strong determination is born in the witch's heart. The girl makes a promise to herself to always be a support for this child. An ordinary day turns into a nightmare when Seti appears on the doorstep covered in blood from head to toe, and with a knife in her hand. An icy horror grips Ariel, thousands of questions rushing through her head at the sight of the contented expression on the boy's face. The child's calm answer, that the blood is not his only, increases the panic. The witch does not understand what could have happened. It turns out that the older brother Brian himself poured blood on Seti, which plunges the heroine into even greater shock. Rage boils in Ariel's soul at the thought that someone would dare to so cruelly abuse a child left without a mother. The story begins with the older brother bragging to Seti about his new horse, which Ariel finds strange. Brian's cruel provocation knows no bounds, and the young man taunts his brother by asking if this horse will be killed too. The servants try to stop the madness, warning about the danger of an untamed and wild animal. Brian forces the horse towards Seti, trying to scare his younger brother, but he remains unfazed. Suddenly, the unbridled animal goes berserk, rearing up and causing panic. A horrific scene unfolds before the eyes of witnesses as the horse falls dead in a pool of its own blood. Covered in blood, Seti looks at his brother with cold hatred, blaming him for yet another senseless death. The instigator of the tragedy, Brian, stands in complete horror, wet himself in fear in the face of what he has done. Terrified to death, Brian runs away from the scene in panic, dropping his bloody knife. The boy's story makes Ariel remember their first meeting, when the knife was already held to her throat. The little prince realizes with frightening calm that he was on the verge of death under the hooves of a maddened horse. Ariel's unexpected advice sounds like permission to defend yourself, even if it means attacking first. The boy's frightening conclusions about how to properly handle a knife to avoid getting bloodied plunge the witch into genuine horror. Practicality prevails, and Ariel decides to first wash the boy from someone else's blood. Attempts to maintain distance and not become attached to the child are shattered when Ariel carefully cleans him in the bathtub. Clean and dressed in someone else's clothes, the little prince looks even more defenseless and touching. Ariel's anxiety about the consequences of the boy returning home like this comes up against the bitter truth of his complete loneliness. The revelation of the servant's total indifference causes the witch to burst into anger at the negligent servant who abandoned the child. The unexpected comparison with his mother touches Ariel deeply, and the witch becomes the only caring person for the boy. The little prince has already learned a cruel lesson after his mother's death. Everyone around him pursues only selfish goals. Childhood bewilderment is mixed with the wisdom instilled in the boy by his mother, who taught him to be careful with those around him. Sensing her imminent death, Seti's mother desperately tried to prepare her child to survive in a cruel world alone. The mother's instructions sound like a stern commandment. The outcast child must be on guard and trust no one in this hostile world. A mother's survival lessons cannot save her from the main enemy, the oppressive loneliness at the grave of her only loved one. The mother's heart must have been breaking with pain and grief, leaving her beloved son alone in this world. Even after death, the mother's soul cannot find peace, continuing to invisibly protect her lonely child. If the boy's character were simpler, his tragedy could be attributed to ordinary competition, but his story is much deeper. An unexpected compliment from Ariel becomes a real revelation for the boy. For the first time in his life, someone sees him as beautiful, not a threat. The boy's bitter confession that he is considered ugly comes as a real revelation to Ariel. The memory of a boy covered in blood with a knife in his hands confirms his words. Such a sight is truly frightening. Ariel's flirtatious joke about her own beauty is meant to lighten the mood and embarrass the young prince. The boy's sincere compliment about the beautiful flowers surrounding Ariel takes the witch by surprise. The boy's unique ability to see magical auras is evident in his detailed descriptions of the vibrant colors that envelop Ariel. The realization that the boy's eyes see the very essence of magic astounds Ariel, confirming her suspicions of his incredible talent. Deciding to test Sadie's abilities, Ariel offers the young man the first practical task from the book on magic. A seemingly simple task requires the boy to connect colored dots to draw a magic circle. Having understood the theory, the little prince easily begins to practice, connecting invisible dots in the air. The boy's incredible talent is revealed in all its glory when a full-fledged magic circle is born from two connected dots. The created circle instantly goes out of control, flaring up into a column of uncontrollable flame. A fiery whirlwind engulfs Ariel and Cedric, the boy delighted with the power he has created. The power of the spell strikes Ariel to the depths of her soul. The witch understands that this is at least medium-level magic. An innocent experiment turns into a tragedy for the tree monster, engulfed in flames and screaming in pain. Ariel's panic contrasts with Cedric's icy calm as he searches the book for the right spell. In response to the fire element, the boy easily summons a powerful stream of water to extinguish the fire. The prince's genius is revealed in the simplicity of his explanations. For Sadie, creating magic seems like a natural process, accessible to everyone. Ariel's encounter with a genius in this remote forest seems not a coincidence, but a true destiny. The boy's incredible potential awakens greed and an irresistible desire in the witch to raise the greatest magician in history. A fateful decision is made. Ariel succumbs to temptation and makes a choice that she will later bitterly regret. Ariel's angelic side whispers of the need for endless patience in training this boy. The witch's demonic nature casts doubt on the fact that only talent, not virtue, is important for magic. The rational part of the mind sounds the alarm. The slowed-down time in the forest could harm the development of the young prince. The temptation proves stronger. Some 10 years of study seem like a paltry price to pay for raising a genius. An alarming thought pierces the witch's mind. What if this training drags on for much longer? Ariel finds a loophole in the ancient taboo. This adorable golden-haired child does not have black hair. The boy's sweet appearance becomes the final argument, although an inner voice screams about the child's terrible character. A gentle touch of a child's hand pulls Ariel out of the abyss of doubt, returning her to reality. An impulsive decision is made. Ariel enthusiastically invites Sadie to become his teacher, taking on all the responsibility. The boy's innocent question about her motives makes the witch momentarily consider the consequences of her choice. Ariel's dual nature comes into conflict, the desire for revenge fighting with the fear of increasing the young prince's cruelty. Sadie's icy calm is discouraging. The boy is ready to study only for Ariel's sake, confident in his ability to take revenge even without magic. Inspired, Ariel promises to prepare textbooks for Sadie, fully immersing herself in the role of mentor. The witch's deep knowledge of magic evokes genuine admiration in the young prince. Ariel enthusiastically combs through her library in search of the perfect textbook for her gifted student. The very first lesson turns into a shock when the boy asks a discouraging question about strange symbols in the book. The child's complete ignorance leaves the witch stupefied. Sadie doesn't even know the letters, although she vaguely remembers them. Ariel can't believe that the prince who lives in a luxurious palace turns out to be completely illiterate. The bitter truth is revealed in the boy's words. His education stopped immediately after his mother's death. A monstrous realization strikes Ariel. Her willful ignorance was part of the family's cruel plan to destroy the unwanted child. A strong determination is born in Ariel's soul. The witch vows to mercilessly destroy the prince's family's cruel plans. Righteous anger takes hold of the heroine, and Ariel, with flames in her eyes, promises to turn Sidai into the smartest magician. Realizing her mistake, the girl goes in search of basic literacy textbooks, leaving the prince alone. The boy's thought about the difference between languages hints at his missed education and the huge gap in knowledge. Amidst the dusty tomes, Ariel comes to a simple conclusion. Every great journey begins with a single step. The mystery of the picture books and the mysterious Daniel adds intrigue to the witch's quiet life. Sidi's unexpected appearance sheds light on the mystery. The large shirt on the boy belongs to that same Daniel. The boy's question about other visitors reveals his nascent jealousy and desire to be the only one in this refuge. Ariel firmly denies the presence of other people, giving the boy a sense of exclusivity and security. A grand dungeon filled with rare books opens before the young prince as a treasure trove of knowledge and wonders. Ariel is filled with enthusiasm. The girl with shining eyes promises to open up a whole world for Seti after she masters the basics. The library's limitless possibilities strengthen the witch's resolve, and Ariel intends to raise a top-level mage. Learning begins with something simple. A children's fairy tale becomes the first step into the world of literacy and unknown knowledge. The first day of school comes to an end, leaving Ariel with a pleasant feeling of satisfaction and hope for the future. Ariel takes on the new role of mentor and begins to enjoy teaching, despite the difficulties. Sidi's logical but naive question about magic without literacy shows his impatience and enormous thirst for power. Ariel sternly puts an end to such thoughts, explaining that the true power of magic lies in a deep understanding of the fundamentals. Ariel's attempt to convey the importance of learning is met with childish stubbornness. The boy finds her moralizing boring. At the end of the lesson, when Sidi is about to leave, Ariel stops the boy to give him a special task. A book containing simple magic circles falls into the hands of the young prince, the first step on the path to great power. Unbelieving his eyes, Sidi accepts the precious gift from Ariel's hands with trepidation. A casual remark about training does not diminish the value of the gift in the boy's eyes. A happy smile lights up Seti's face as he tenderly hugs his first personal item. The boy's sincere delight touches Ariel, and she sees how much this simple gesture means to him. Immersed in his reading, the little prince discovers a world of ancient magic written in a forgotten language. The book turns out to be the key to the secrets of the ancient magical kingdom of Arendal, the homeland of his mentor. The mystery of Ariel deepens for the boy. The witch hides her true power, but is still able to teach others. The image of a mysterious woman living in harmony with monsters and knowing ancient languages excites the imagination of the young prince. An irresistible curiosity takes hold of Seti, and the boy realizes that his mentor is much more interesting than she seems. Falling asleep with a book in her hands, Sidi dreams of only one thing: to learn all the secrets of the mysterious Ariel. A mysterious servant watches over the sleeping prince, adding more questions to this convoluted story. The morning sun awakens Seti, who is having difficulty waking up after a sleepless night spent reading. The boy's fascination with the book was so strong that he read until late at night, until he fell asleep from exhaustion. The sudden thought of the servant who might have seen Ariel makes the young prince jump out of bed. A meeting with his older brother in the hallway turns into another humiliation. Brian contemptuously takes the book from Sidi. An icy rage flashes in the little prince's eyes at the mention of Ariel's name by his hated brother. Brian's quiet cry and sudden hiccups betray his panicked fear of his little brother. The unwavering determination and cold fury in Seti's gaze leave no doubt as to his intentions. The realization of the inevitable retribution makes Brian retreat in horror, the fear of his younger brother proving stronger than his hatred. A desperate cry for help and a demand to return the book marks the beginning of a new, even more brutal chapter in their confrontation. The palace servant tries to explain the situation in a panic, but his words are drowned out by the oppressive atmosphere created by the little prince. The captain of the guard coldly reports the theft committed from a member of the imperial family, without taking his eyes off young Sidi. The punishment for the offense seems ridiculously lenient. The thief only faces demotion or hard labor. Sidi finds this justice strange, while the servant is horrified by the old law that requires a thief's hand to be cut off. The little prince insists on a just punishment here and now, demanding the execution of an ancient and cruel law. A chilling question arises in the head of a boy ready to take on the role of judge and executioner. The cornered servant falls to his knees, desperately shifting the blame onto Master Brian, the true culprit. Blood spatters Seti's angelic face as the sentence is carried out, but the boy's gaze remains blank. The captain of the guard renders the final verdict, declaring the sentence for theft and insult to the imperial family incontestable. The young prince's composure, in the face of the bloody massacre, causes the captain of the guard to grow increasingly uneasy. The palace maids whispered in horror behind his back, astonished by the icy calm of the boy, who did not blink an eye. After the brutal massacre, Seti's only thought is how to get his precious book back. Memories take us back to the boy's mother, a woman in whom good and evil were intertwined into an inextricable knot. Quiet and observant, the mother taught her son to understand the world by sitting with him on a bench, surrounded by nature. The woman tenderly explained the language of animals to the boy, noting that cats are drawn only to those they truly like. Trying to imitate a cat, little Seti rubs his head against his mother's hand, demonstrating a peculiar understanding of love. A child with cold logic analyzes cats, finding them strange, small, and soft creatures. A mother tries to teach her son empathy through touch, gently stroking his head like a cute kitten. A child's logic fails when the boy applies the same principle to flowers, failing to see the difference between living and non-living things. Deep sadness is reflected in the mother's eyes, realizing that her son's path to understanding goodness will be incredibly long and difficult. The cruel news of the death of a familiar cat becomes another lesson for the young prince about the fragility of life. The cause of the animal's death, according to the mother, was an accidental collision with a horse. The memorized phrase about cats needing to be petted sounds from the boy's lips like an attempt to understand and accept a harsh reality. A mother stops her son from petting a dead cat, explaining the basics of respect for the departed. The concept of grief proves foreign to the boy, forcing him to ask questions to which his mother has no easy answers. Comparing a cute cat to a beautiful flower, the child tries to find logic in the farewell ritual, but does not find it. A boy buries a cat under a tree, hoping that his simple gift of flowers will bring her joy in the next world. The mother looks at her son with tenderness and hope, believing that one day he will learn to understand and distinguish feelings. The mother's final instructions sound like a testament, calling on her son to be patient, to accumulate strength, and to begin training from the body. The last words of love spoken on his deathbed become a guiding star for Seti in a world full of cruelty. A lonely boy stands by his mother's coffin with an expression of suffering on his face, begging her not to close her eyes. The mother's last hope was that her son would one day be able to understand the depth of her love and sorrow. The death of his mother painted the boy's world in shades of gray, depriving it of color and emotion. The people around him became a faceless crowd for him, devoid of interest and desires, empty shells. Loneliness became his eternal companion. Even after the funeral, no one paid the slightest attention to the boy. In one of the abandoned corners of the garden, the young prince accidentally finds an ancient magic circle. A Schilder's magic, familiar from the antique shop, is felt especially strongly in this place, attracting the boy's attention. An unknown force awakens within the young prince, rushing straight to the center of the magic circle. A bright flash of light transports the boy from the gray and dreary palace garden to a mysterious and vibrant forest. Thus, thanks to the unbroken magic circle, activated by his own power, Seti finds himself in Ariel's forest. An unexpected discovery astounds the young prince. In the middle of a wild forest stands a cozy house. Curiosity leads Seti deeper into the house, where he is greeted by a warm, sunlit room. The boy's gaze is drawn to the stranger sleeping in the bed, shrouded in a mysterious glow. Bright colors explode in his discolored world. The sleeping girl becomes the only spot of color in his gray reality. An irresistible attraction draws the boy closer to the bed, where he watches with bated breath as the stranger peacefully sleeps. The child's heart stops from the unprecedented beauty. The sleeping girl seems to him like a shining angel. Naive, childish curiosity develops into scientific interest. The boy wants to see this beautiful creation in motion. A firm decision has been made. The young prince is ready to wait for the stranger to awaken in order to see her with his own eyes. The endless wait tires the boy, and his patience gives way to a determination to wake the sleeping beauty at any cost. Cruel and naive methods of awakening come to mind. A huge stone becomes the first tool in his arsenal. Time passes, but nothing changes. The young prince returns to the forest again and again, hoping to find the stranger awake. The boy's search for answers leads him to a tree monster, whom he fearlessly questions about the nature of this magical place. Ancient legends come to life. The boy found himself in that very eastern forest, where no mortal could reach. Reality intertwines with fairy tales, and the young prince finally realizes that he has ended up in a place straight out of a child's horror story. The final revelation comes to Seti. This is the legendary eastern forest where time itself has stopped. Ashildur's powerful magic, barely perceptible in the palace, is felt here in all its fullness thanks to the frozen time. The boy's inquisitive mind searches for answers. He tries to find out from the tree monster whether it is a creation of Ashildur's magic. The monster's answer raises even more questions. The sleeping girl is of the Ashildur clan, but at the same time is completely devoid of magical power. Frozen time, a forest full of monsters, and a mysterious sleeping beauty, all this adds up to one big mystery. A sudden thought dawns on the young prince. He finds the key to solving this mystery in a fairy tale plot familiar to him. A children's story told by her mother becomes the key to solving the mystery of the magical forest for Seti. The naive belief in a fairy tale kiss of awakening makes the boy enthusiastically take up the matter. A gentle kiss on the forehead, full of childish faith in miracles, was supposed to awaken the sleeping beauty. With bated breath, the young prince awaits awakening, confident that his kiss has magical powers. The failure makes the boy doubt the fairy tale. Perhaps it is not a princess in front of him, but an evil witch. Desperate, Seti comes up with a brilliant and cruel plan to wake up the sleeping stranger. Remembering his mother's prohibition, the boy decides not to pierce, but only slightly cut the sleeping girl's neck in order to wake her up. A faint groan and barely noticeable movement of the sleeping girl interrupt the boy's cruel experiment. The sudden awakening of the stranger takes Seti by surprise. The boy sees only her frightened gaze. The girl's words about the fatality of a knife blow to the throat become a real revelation for the young prince. His mother's last words about the value of life and the inadmissibility of murder come back to him, causing the boy to put the knife away. The news of the servant's betrayal and the theft of the precious book does not cause Ariel surprise, only a bitter smile. Rage flares in the witch's eyes, the thought of Brian continuing to bully Seti infuriating her. The first book given to Ariel became a priceless treasure for the boy, a symbol of her care. The desire to protect her only precious gift pushes Seti to a cruel but fair act. Ariel's gentle touch on the boy's bloody cheek and the quiet word "well done" become the highest reward for him. Seti's surprise at being praised instead of condemned reveals the depth of his loneliness and lack of understanding of human emotions. Ariel approves of the boy's actions, believing that the ability to fight back is much better than cowardly patience. With a caring gesture, the witch wipes the blood from the boy's face, promising that together they will overcome everything. Ariel's sincere answer to the question about fear reveals her true feelings. She is not afraid, but only worried about the boy. Ariel's practicality takes precedence over sentimentality. The girl is primarily concerned with the smell of blood, not its appearance. The main rule of survival for a witch is inviolability. No one should dare touch her. Caring for the boy becomes a kind of shield for Ariel. The witch is confident that no one will dare take her away from the child who loves her. In the magic tower of the palace, interest is sparked in a mysterious book containing simple and previously unseen magic circles. Magicians discuss the simplicity and effectiveness of the new magic with bewilderment, doubting its reality. Rumors that the book belonged to Cedric, the son of the deceased servant, only evoke contemptuous smirks among the courtiers. The mystery of the book's origin haunts her. The witch suggests that the boy could have found it in some ancient ruins. The young prince's lack of power and influence makes the mystery even more complex. No one could have given him such a valuable thing. Ansel Price, a viscount and chamberlain's apprentice, is tasked with reporting the investigation. Ansel's report confirms that the book is from an ancient magical kingdom, but time is frozen within it. The only clue is the book's true owner, Mr. Cedric, which leaves the head of the magicians at a loss. The mysterious figure gives orders to secretly follow Cedric, giving Ansel complete freedom of action. Ansel bows and accepts the order, ready to begin his mission. The spy's failed attempt to hide only causes Seti mild irritation. he sees right through them. The clumsy pursuers, who turned out to be magicians from the tower, only evoke a contemptuous grin from the boy. The thought that these clueless magicians were so interested in Ariel's book makes Seti furious. Now the path to the magical forest becomes dangerous. The boy understands that he needs to be extremely careful. The fear of being caught increases the tension. Seti knows that if he does, an unenviable fate awaits him. The next surveillance only causes the boy tired irritation. He again sees his inept pursuers. Tensions reach a fever pitch when Seti, trying to escape, unexpectedly encounters someone in the forest. Seti's heightened intuition tells him there is someone behind the trees, but he dismisses the feeling. A powerful surge of magic envelops the magic circle, allowing the boy to instantly move to a safe place. Ansel breathes a sigh of relief at having narrowly escaped detection, but understands that the boy will now be even more careful. Traces of Ashildur's magic left on the circle in the garden become the key for Ansel to unraveling the prince's secret. The realization that the travel circle is still active opens up new surveillance opportunities for Ansel. Ansel's gaze is full of determination. He is ready to do anything to reveal the secret of Mr. Cedric. A joyful meeting after a 2-week separation is overshadowed by the news of strange people pursuing Seti. For Ariel, only a few days have passed, and the witch forgets that time flows differently in her forest. Seti's naivety is astounding. The boy considers the clumsy surveillance of the magicians to be open persecution. Ariel ironically comments on the lack of social skills of mages, which becomes a bitter discovery for Seti. Anxiety creeps into the witch's heart. Even the slightest information about Seti and the forest in the hands of enemies could lead to disaster. Ariel decides to be proactive and teach the boy to cover his tracks to avoid surveillance. Using wind and earth magic, Seti learns to erase her tracks and sounds, becoming invisible to pursuers. The new knowledge brings genuine delight to the boy. Now he can come to the forest secretly and unnoticed. Ariel's care knows no bounds. She gives Seti a book for independent study in case she is absent. The time spent in the forest becomes Ariel and Seti's little secret, inaccessible to others. Memories of shared lessons and games fill the witch's heart with warmth and a slight sadness. On winter evenings, they created music together with the help of magic and danced to it, forgetting about everything else in the world. The aroma of tangerines and the sight of snow falling outside the window created an atmosphere of comfort and serenity in their small world. The quiet and peaceful moments spent together became a real treasure for the lonely boy and the ancient witch. Spring days were filled with the magic and taste of fresh berries grown together. The summer heat gave way to the coolness of magical rain, saving us from the scorching sun. Every day spent together became a small holiday for them, far from the cruel world. Ariel constantly reminds herself of the temporary nature of their union. The witch is afraid of becoming attached to a boy from another world. The realization that Seti is only here in passing fills the witch's heart with inexplicable sadness and melancholy. The appearance of this child in her lonely forest became a real miracle for Ariel, breaking the centuries-old peace. The boy is happy, confident that he will spend a lot of time in this magical forest, unaware of the impending changes. Time flies inexorably forward, and now before us is no longer a little boy, but a grown-up young man. The grown-up Seti, with a sly smile, asks Ariel for permission to take her, hinting at his changed feelings. For Ariel, time flew by in the blink of an eye. But in the ordinary world, enough years passed for the boy to grow into a young man. The sudden appearance of a grown-up Seti with that same shirt from his childhood causes Ariel shock and bewilderment. The shirt, which was once too big for him, now fits him like a glove, emphasizing the changes that have taken place. The young man's answer to the question about his age completely confuses the witch. 15 years flew by for her unnoticed. Seti proudly shows off his height, catching up with Ariel, standing on his tiptoes to make himself look taller. The confidence and slight audacity in the young man's voice indicate that he is not going to stop there. A disturbing thought creeps into Ariel's head. If Seti had been in the forest for so long, he must have fallen behind in his development. However, the young man looks his age, which makes the witch wonder about the nature of time in her forest. The realization that slow time had no effect on the boy's development comes as a real shock to Ariel. The witch goes to the magic circle to find answers to her questions and understand the cause of this anomaly. Ariel is alarmed by the strange changes in the magic circle. She feels that something strange and inexplicable is happening. Confusion distorts Ariel's face. Time in the forest must slow down for everyone, without exception. The terrifying truth falls upon the witch. Sadie's power proved to be uncontrollable by the laws of this place. The realization of the young man's hidden power is frightening. One day, his abilities will awaken to their full potential. A nightmarish vision of the future pierces his consciousness. The young man's magic will absorb the seal and open the gates to other worlds. The destruction of the seal will inevitably lead to a new bloody war, plunging the world into darkness. A strong determination is reflected in Ariel's eyes. The girl cannot allow the horrors of the past to repeat themselves. The grown-up Sadie looks at the non-functioning magic circle with bewilderment, not understanding the reason for the failure. Attempts to activate magic prove futile. Some unknown force is interfering with it. Despair grips the young man. Sadie, in panic, tries to understand what happened to the circle in the forest. Deprived of her magical powers, Ariel was only able to partially block the circle, leaving only the entrance. The young man's voice penetrates the barrier, begging Ariel to open the entrance to her world for him. The inevitable day of farewell arrived sooner than Ariel could have imagined. The thought of Sadie leaving fills the house with an oppressive emptiness, making it cold and lifeless. Ariel, with a heavy heart, begins to put away the things that became unnecessary after the boy left. The room is in disarray, a reminder of Sadie's recent presence, with clothes scattered everywhere. While sorting through the scattered things, the witch is surprised to discover that the boy has rummaged through Daniel's entire wardrobe. A golden lock of hair found among the things becomes a precious reminder of the boy for Ariel. The comparison to a shedding puppy makes Ariel smile bitterly. The boy left his marks everywhere. The decision to do a spring cleaning becomes a desperate attempt to erase all traces of the boy's presence in her house. Ariel clings hopefully to the thought of time, believing that it will heal the wounds and force Sadie to retreat. Ariel consoles herself with the thought that the vast world is full of wonders, and the boy will soon forget everything. An overwhelming fatigue descends upon the witch, foreshadowing the onset of a period of long and deep sleep. Cleaning becomes a farewell ritual for the heroine, a way to erase all traces and memories of the boy. As she drifts off to sleep, the witch thinks longingly about the time that will separate them, hoping that the young man will retreat. The young man's desperate cry pierces the veil of rain, his voice full of longing and hopelessness. The maids in the palace whisper in surprise about the prince's strange behavior, which does not leave the garden. The young man spends days and nights at the magic circle, calling out to his only mentor without response. The frightening determination in the prince's gaze makes the servants retreat in fear, sensing trouble. Despair gives way to cold determination. Sedai is ready to do anything to get back to the magical forest. Ansel's unexpected appearance, with his ostentatious concern, only increases the young prince's irritation. An icy rage flashes in Seti's eyes. His patience is running out. He does not intend to tolerate someone else's pretense. Ansel realizes that the prince's condition is worsening and decides to change tactics in order to get closer to him. The search for answers leads the young man to the library, where he immerses himself in studying legends about a forest of monsters and witches. Hopelessness grips the prince. Without a working magic circle, the path to the treasured forest is closed to him. The young man's gaze falls on a stack of expensive books, the last gift from Ariel, a reminder of happier days. The memory of the boy asking for more books, thinking it was cool, makes him smile bitterly. The teacher's voice echoes in my memory, her words about homework now seeming like a parting word. Persistent, independent study becomes the only way for Seti to maintain contact with the missing witch. From that moment on, a new goal was born in the young man's heart, pushing everything else into the background. A painful realization pierces Seti's mind. He realizes that Ariel knew about his impossibility of returning. A new idea is born in the young man's head. There is another way to enter the forest, without using a magic circle. An irresistible desire to find this way takes hold of Seti. She needs to get into the forest at any cost. Long hours of grueling searching lead to complete exhaustion, and the young man falls asleep right at his desk. The palace maids, hearing the silence, decide to take a risk and enter the prince's room to clean. Timidly opening the door, the girls peer inside with apprehension, afraid of waking the formidable young man. After making sure that the prince is fast asleep, The maids tiptoe into the room, trying not to make any noise. The icy gaze of the awakened Seti pierces the maid who dared to touch his things without permission. The girls are overcome with panic. The butler will certainly punish them for the untidy room. The memory of the brutal massacre of her personal servant makes the maid tremble with horror, because the prince is capable of anything. The only consolation for the lonely young man is the books of Ariel, the last thing left of the witch. The painful question of betrayal torments Sadie's soul. The young man cannot understand why Ariel abandoned him. Bloody rage blinds the young man, and only one thought rings in his head: to find and kill the witch who betrayed him. The desire for revenge is transformed. Murder seems too light a punishment. It is better to lock her up forever in a dark room. The primary task becomes finding the forest. Everything else fades into the background. The bitter realization of his own powerlessness falls upon the prince. Without power and money, the path to the forest is closed to him. An irresistible thirst for power is born in the soul of a young man, a power that can be used at his own discretion. Ansel's sudden appearance interrupts his gloomy thoughts. His presence only irritates the prince. Ansel's offer of help sounds like a mockery, but his words contain the key to the cherished goal. Ansel, who has been watching the prince, understands his obsession with the monster forest and sees this as his chance. Ansel's cunning look reveals his true intentions. He knows the circle's magic is blocked, but he is ready to help the prince. Hope sparkles in the young man's eyes when Ansel hints at the existence of another route into the forest. Ansel's plan is simple and brilliant. A huge army of knights will be able to break through the monster's defenses and open the way. The proposal seems like a mockery to Seti. He has neither the power nor the army to carry out such a daring plan. Ansel's words about the possibility of becoming emperor become a real revelation for Seti. After the death of the crown prince, power in the empire was divided between the three children, creating a power vacuum. The second child, supported by knights, has the greatest chance of succession to the throne, but his position is not absolute. The third child enjoys the support of the church due to his mother's high birth, which makes him a strong competitor. The fourth child, Brian, relies on the support of his mother's wealthy family and the upper echelons of the aristocracy. The idea of becoming an emperor while being the son of a low-born woman seems crazy to the young man. Ansel reveals his main trump card. The young prince possesses ancient magic, long forgotten in this world. Power in the empire is built on science and technology, but there are also those who wield hidden influence. In exchange for help, Ansel asks only one thing: for the young man to help him get to the forest. Ansel's goal is simple and clear. He wants the young man to send him to the very forest he himself so desperately desires to go to. Hidden in this forest is the pure truth and the secret of a long war that almost destroyed the world. Ansel and his organization want to uncover this lost truth, and Seti becomes their key. Ansel Price, a second-tier worker of the Seekers of Pure Truth, formally proposes his alliance to the young prince. He and his organization are ready to become the force that will help Seti ascend to the throne. Ansel's outstretched hand symbolizes the beginning of a new union, full of intrigue and danger. Ansel, smiling, assures him that the young man will not regret his choice to take his hand. A strong determination is reflected in Seti's gaze. The young man vows to protect Ansel until the very end and open all roads for him. Seti's magical powers will be key to supporting the mages and engineers, strengthening his position in the struggle for the throne. The loyalty of the knights will be won, providing the young prince with the necessary military might. A merciless blow will be dealt to the enemies once the aristocracy is subdued. With a cold determination in his eyes, the young man accepts his destiny, preparing to become emperor. Ansel reports with a smile that everything is ready. All the pawns are in place for the start of the big game. Cold calm and confidence shine through in every movement of the mature prince, ready to go to the end. Waking from a long sleep, Ariel struggles to comprehend how much time has passed. The perfect cleanliness of the house and the absence of traces of Seti's presence evoke mixed feelings in the witch. A check of the magic circle confirms that nothing has changed during her sleep. It remains closed. The tree monster's tired appearance suggests that protecting the forest was not easy for him, but he succeeded. Ariel convinces herself that all feelings for the boy have dissipated during the dream, and now everything is fine. The silence in the forest, which she had waited for so long, now seems deafening. The young man's voice no longer sounds. Memories of the golden-haired boy with the sweet smile, her little puppy-like student, fill her heart with longing. The hope that the boy was able to get rid of his family and discover his talents becomes her only consolation. Returning to her former quiet life seems right, but an inexplicable emptiness settles in Ariel's soul. The peaceful calm she had dreamed of now seemed alien and unnatural to her. An unexpected shadow breaks the idyll, foreshadowing a quick and inevitable invasion. A fiery meteor shower falls upon a magical forest, bringing destruction and chaos. The witch looks at the sky in horror, realizing that her peaceful solitude has come to an end. A powerful explosion throws Ariel aside, pain and fear mixing with the realization that her worst fears have come true. The solitary figure of the magician against the backdrop of the burning forest makes Ariel realize the full power and danger of the intruder. The attack of a high-level mage leaves the witch perplexed. His motives remain a mystery to her. The instinct for self-preservation screams of danger. Ariel orders her magical roots to protect the forest. Despair grips the witch. She needs to run and buy time until she understands the goals of this powerful magician. A powerful lightning strike destroys the last defense, leaving Ariel defenseless in the face of the enemy. Wounded and exhausted, the witch falls to the ground, unable to resist. Ariel's last strength leaves her. Her instinct screams for escape, but her body refuses to obey. The unexpected appearance of a golden-haired youth in a luxurious outfit interrupts her desperate attempts to escape. A terrifying guess pierces her consciousness. This beautiful young man is the very same magician who attacked her forest. The young man's self-confident and commanding gaze leaves no doubt that he is used to getting everything he wants. The shocking marriage proposal sounds like a mockery coming from the destroyer of her home. The madness of the situation is off the charts. First, they start a meteor shower, and then they propose marriage. Only one thought runs through Ariel's head. This young man has either gone crazy or has declared war on her. Thousands of questions swarm in her head, but the main one is, who is this crazy stranger who dared to invade her world? Familiar features, golden hair and blue eyes. It all seems vaguely familiar to Ariel. The memory of a little boy playing with fire flashes in my mind. Could it really be him? 10 years of separation flew by in an instant, but the longing for her did not subside for a second. Unbelieving his ears, Ariel barely recognizes his little student Seti in this grown-up youth. A joyful smile and the admission that he burned down the forest to meet her sound like a death sentence. The young man made a sudden jerk, and Ariel found herself in his arms, helpless and frightened. Ariel's desperate attempt to escape the steel grip is met with the young man's icy calm. 10 years of waiting finally came to an end. The dream of hugging her again came true. The young man forcefully leads the witch to the magic circle, not giving her time to come to her senses and realize what is happening. 10 years have transformed the sweet boy into a confident and slightly frightening young man. Memories of a little boy are mixed with the reality where a grown and dangerous man stands before her. A magical road blocked by flames becomes Ariel's last hope for salvation. With a slight movement of his hand, the young man easily restores the magic circle, depriving the witch of her last chance. Realizing her powerlessness, Ariel grabs his hand in horror, trying to stop the inevitable. The young man's words that he must take her with him sound like a final and irrevocable sentence. Cedric's icy gaze leaves no doubt that he doesn't listen to anyone's advice, even if it's the voice of reason. The north wind howling behind the young man becomes a harbinger of cold and cruel revenge. The thought of the destroyed forest and the books made Ariel's heart clench with pain and helplessness. For the first time in a long war, the witch emerges from her hiding place, ready to face the new threat head-on. Concern for the fate of the forest seal and other gardens makes Ariel wonder about the consequences of this invasion. The order of the young man, "Now, Your Majesty," leaves no doubt about his status and power. Before Ariel could even comprehend what was happening, she found herself in the center of an activated magic circle. A bright flash of light blinds, transporting the witch, the young man, and the commander of the order to an unknown location. An unfamiliar place, full of servants lined up in a living corridor, greets them upon arrival. Ansel greets Your Majesty with a bow, his premonition about the Emperor's arrival having proven correct. Ansel's confident smile and his words about a smooth journey only emphasize his involvement in this insidious plan. The cold grandeur of the imperial palace greets Ariel, marking the beginning of her captivity. Everything is ready for her arrival. Every step of the witch was planned and predetermined in advance. A monstrous realization hits Ariel. The little boy she taught is now an all-powerful emperor. The childish spontaneity in the emperor's words is shocking. He carried out the coup just to see her again. Ariel tries to appeal to his reason, reminding him that until recently, the young man was just a defenseless child. Cedric's cryptic answer only increases the tension, and he promises to tell his long story later. There is a possessive tenderness in his gaze. Now they have an eternity ahead of them, which they will spend together. The emperor proudly presents his palace as Ariel's new home, the place of their future together. Bewilderment and fear mix in Ariel's soul. She does not understand what future might await her in this golden cage. The young man's shocking confession turns everything upside down. He became emperor only for her sake. Rage boils inside Ariel. The thought that the forest was burned and a meteor shower was caused for her seems monstrous to her. The emperor's beaming smile and his declaration of intent to make her empress finally finishes off Ariel. Obediently following the guard, Ariel finds herself in her new luxurious chambers, intended for the future empress. The emperor proudly declares that he personally furnished her room, hoping to please the taste of his beloved. A cold farewell and an order to rest only reinforce the feeling of being trapped, leaving Ariel alone in her new prison. Panic grips the witch when she realizes that she is locked in this luxurious room. The strange and frightening interior of the room makes Ariel anxious. Everything here is crimson. The scarlet bed, red walls, and even the canopy, which seems to be dripping with blood, create an oppressive atmosphere. Ariel's obsession with the color red drives her to the brink of madness, and this room seems to her like the embodiment of revenge. The cleaning spell on the clothes still hasn't worked, which Ariel considers a bad omen. The exhausted witch falls onto the bed, trying to recover from the shock and horror she experienced. Thoughts about what happened haunt Ariel. She can't understand how everything could have turned out this way. The memory of the little prince, forced to hide his condition, evokes mixed feelings in her. The idyllic days spent together studying magic now seem like a distant and unrealizable dream. Ariel is overcome with bitter resentment. Her kindness and care were repaid with betrayal and cruelty. In a rage, the witch curses her gullibility, recalling the ancient warning about the black-haired beasts. The realization that the black beast was meant to be a man, not an animal, comes too late. Hair color doesn't matter. The real issue is that you can't lock people up and deprive them of their freedom. Frustration and anger at herself make Ariel fall helplessly onto the bed, not knowing what to do next. Moral exhaustion and fear of the future return the witch to the abyss of nightmarish memories. A nightmare transports Ariel to a battlefield strewn with swords and the bodies of fallen warriors. Desperate searches in this kingdom of death fill the witch's heart with anxiety and hopelessness. Ghostly voices from the past call out to her, begging for help and blaming her for their deaths. Pain and guilt pierce the heart. The witch sees the faces of those she could not save. Their suffering became her eternal curse. Denial and horror mix in her soul. Ariel cannot believe that all this happened because of her. The sudden appearance of a wounded man with black hair interrupts her nightmare, returning her to the reality of the dream. Recognizing the wounded man as her old friend, Daniel makes Ariel rush to his aid. The names that escaped their lips become a symbol of their former friendship and the tragic fate that separated them. Hopelessness and despair overwhelm the witch. She doesn't know how to save her friend or what to do next. Waking up from a nightmare does not bring relief. The witch understands that it was all just a dream, but the pain and fear remain. The nightmare she had in that crimson room was the last straw for Ariel. The young man's jealous question about the mysterious Daniel, spoken in a dream, takes the witch by surprise. The young man's gentle touch and embrace are meant to calm her after the nightmare, but only cause more tension. The concern in the young man's voice is mixed with anxiety. He is sincerely worried about her condition. Ariel's attempt to avoid answering only fuels the young man's curiosity, and he has no intention of backing down. The proximity of the mature student causes a storm of unfamiliar and frightening feelings in Ariel. Confusion and panic overwhelm the witch. She doesn't understand what kind of strange atmosphere has arisen between them. The emperor gently sits Ariel down, not allowing her to escape from his embrace and waste her energy in vain. The young man's reproach for her eternal secrecy sounds like a challenge. He intends to find out all her secrets. The confidence that one day she will tell everything, and the pleasure in anticipating this moment, betray his possessive nature. His feigned concern about her fatigue after the nightmare only underscores his desire to control the situation. The question of what is wrong with the room sounds like a mockery. The young man sees nothing strange in the crimson tones. Rage flares in Ariel's eyes. She is sure that this is an elaborate revenge designed to drive her mad. Despair mixed with anger, the witch demands an explanation, not understanding the reasons for such a strange choice of interior design. The young man's answer was simple and logical. He simply wanted to give her a room entirely decorated in her favorite color. Memories of a little boy admiring red flowers come flooding back to Ariel's mind. A childhood question about her love for the color red, asked many years ago, becomes the key to the mystery. A simple and sincere declaration of love for the color red, made in the past, now turned against her. The realization that all of this was just because of her careless remark infuriates Ariel. Ansel's ironic agreement that women don't understand anything only adds fuel to the fire. Realizing that the room was furnished with love and care, and not with malicious intent, makes Ariel look at the situation in a new way. With this thought, the crimson room no longer seems so frightening, but rather sweet and touching. Irritation gives way to embarrassment. Ariel barely holds back a smile, demanding that Ansel return the room to its normal appearance. The Emperor, feigning indifference, suggests changing the interior, but Ariel understands that this is not the problem. The bargaining for freedom begins. Ariel demands that the locks be removed from the doors, but the Emperor is adamant. Words about safety sound like a mockery. Ariel furiously demands that the locks be removed, not wanting to be a prisoner. A gentle touch and an offer of food become a way to change the subject and avoid a direct answer. Leaving the room, Ariel demands that the maids show her everything, wanting to explore her new prison. The realization of one's mistake comes too late. One should have demanded a return to the forest, and not a change of interior. The Emperor notes with a smile that Ariel is still easily deceived, distracting her attention from the main thing. With feigned regret, the young man promises to sort out the room, although he had foreseen this outcome in advance. The disdainful look of a maid of honor who doesn't know basic etiquette becomes the first sign of trouble ahead for Ariel. Rumors that this commoner will become empress cause shock and indignation among the ladies of the court. The competition for the Emperor's heart intensifies, as Princess Rosemary and Miss Violetta are both vying for his hand. A contemptuous comment about how it's time to quit sounds like a direct threat to the unwanted maid of honor. The warning to watch your words in the palace only underscores the danger that Ariel faces. Having settled the conflict, the senior maid of honor sends another one to take care of the clothes for the new guest, trying to save face. After a hearty lunch and a bath, Ariel's head begins to work, and she soberly assesses her situation. An escape plan begins to form in my head. I need to find a magic circle or another way into my forest. Cold determination is reflected in the Emperor's gaze. He will personally watch over his captive, giving her no chance to escape. Ariel has a hard time getting used to Sadie's new appearance, remembering him as a small and sweet child. The accusation that she abandoned him when he grew up sounds like sophisticated manipulation coming from the young man's lips. The icy certainty in Sadie's voice, as he claims she left him as soon as he caught up with her in height, is disconcerting. Ariel tries to justify herself by blaming her actions on his dangerous magical powers, but the young man doesn't listen. The sincere regret that he has grown up sounds from the lips of a young man like an admission of his vulnerability. An inner voice screams at Ariel not to give in to pity, because it's just a game and crocodile tears. Memories of the sweet boy mixed with the reality of a desperate young man standing before her, and Ariel's heart sank. The desire to comfort and ease his pain fights with fear and mistrust. The witch does not know what to do. The monstrous thought of destroying all the children to get all of Ariel's attention reveals his dark side. Panic grips Ariel, and she begs him in horror to leave the children alone, promising not to abandon him. A gentle touch to her hair and a quiet kiss on her forehead become a symbol of his power and her powerlessness. Having calmed her down, the young man easily lets Ariel go, giving her a false sense of freedom. The intention to spend the night with her, postponed until tomorrow, sounds like an ominous promise and a threat. The magical seal placed on the door comes as an unpleasant surprise to Ariel, who is trapped. The Emperor's cunning plan becomes obvious. He deliberately left her in the dark about the spell. Ariel's lack of magical abilities becomes the Emperor's main trump card in his game. He must hold her in such a way that she would not even have the thought of escaping, depriving her of all hope. Reflecting on how Sidi has grown into such a child brings Ariel to the bitter realization of her mistake. The memory of the days spent at the magic circle and the firm decision not to let her go again show the full depth of his obsession. The majestic gate of the Emperor, surrounded by his loyal comrades, marks the beginning of a new era in which he will dictate his rules. The Emperor's cruel words sound like a sentence. He became Emperor only to imprison her in a golden cage. The choice is simple and terrible: either die here or cry for the rest of your days in this luxurious prison. Memories of a forest of monsters, full of secrets and dangers, now seem like a distant and beautiful dream. The mages of the tower look with surprise and fear at the mysterious phenomenon in the forest of monsters. A huge and ominous seal, pulsating with dark energy, causes them to tremble and bewilder. The realization that the seal was created by a mage of incredible caliber makes them think about the consequences. In his office, the Emperor listens to Ansel's report about the mysterious seal found in the forest. Traces of the great Ashilder's magic, discovered on the seal, become the key to the mystery, but the investigation is put on hold. An ominous hole, pulsating with dark energy, is trying to break out, foreshadowing an imminent catastrophe. Ariel, dressed in temporary clothes, struggles to hide her confusion and fear. The new chambermaid, appointed personally by the Emperor, becomes another overseer for Ariel. The book with the list of permitted places in the palace and the hypocritical wish for pleasant dreams only emphasize her position as a captive. The only way to escape is to go to the places mentioned in the book, but Ariel realizes it's a trap. Doubts torment the witch. She cannot understand whether the Emperor really wants to lock her up or whether this is just another game. Deciding to test her guess, Ariel opens the book, hoping to find answers to her questions in it. The unfamiliar writing in the picture book makes Ariel realize how much the world has changed since she slept. The bitter truth falls upon her. During her imprisonment in the forest, a new script has appeared. While time stood still in her world, in the rest of the world it continued to move, changing everything around it. Now Ariel understands why Sidi did not know the ancient letters, because his books already contained a new, unfamiliar script. The realization that the boy did not know the ancient Arundel script and was not illiterate changes everything. The realization of her own ignorance comes as a real blow to the Great Witch. She is illiterate in this new age. A desperate attempt to find help leads Ariel to her maid, but the words get stuck in her throat. Embarrassment and shame fight with pride. The witch cannot admit her ignorance of the language. Bitter resentment at fate is mixed with helplessness about how to explain one's ignorance without arousing suspicion. The unexpected rudeness on the part of the maid, who dared to touch the painting, infuriates Ariel. The maid's expression of bewilderment at the painting's high cost is not very clear. She sees nothing special in it. The announcement that this is a painting by the great witch Ashilder causes shock and indignation in the chambermaid. The accusation of possible damage to national heritage makes Ariel question the value of this work. Looking at the painting, covered with incomprehensible symbols, only causes bewilderment in the witch. A monstrous guess pierces the consciousness. It cannot be that this daub was her creation. The memory of boring magic lessons, where she doodled for lack of anything better to do, becomes the key to the solution. Shock gives way to confusion. Ariel doesn't know where to begin to understand this absurd situation. The maid's contemptuous words about a rustic without manners painfully wound the pride of the Great Witch. The maid's undisguised hostility suggests that Ariel has become the object of universal hatred. The thought that some servant dares to criticize her manners makes Ariel furious. The accusation of ignorance and disrespect for the treasures of the imperial palace sounds like a challenge. The icy calm and agreement to learn new etiquette discouraged the maid, who did not expect such a reaction. The look of arrogance and contempt that Ariel casts at the aristocrats makes the maid tremble. The incredible nobility and dignity in every movement of the commoner makes the maid doubt her origin. Asking what she did to stand here sounds like a threat, hinting at her dark past. Panic grips the maid. She falls to her knees, begging for forgiveness, not understanding her guilt. The icy touch to her head and the words about arrogance only increase the horror. The girl does not dare to raise her eyes. The realization that she, the emperor's guest, is being ignored and scolded only causes Ariel bewilderment. Ignoring the emperor's guest is tantamount to ignoring the emperor himself, and this infuriates Ariel. Memories of Seti's unhappy childhood, when he was despised and ignored by everyone, come flooding back. Ariel naively believed that with the change in status, the attitude towards the young man would also change, but the reality turned out to be different. Anger boils in the witch's soul. If he became emperor, then everyone must obey the imperial laws. The idea that even after becoming emperor, Seti continues to suffer humiliation seems unthinkable to her. The sudden appearance of the emperor interrupts her thoughts, his calm appearance only increasing the tension. The gentle question of whether she went out in just her nightgown sounds like a reproach, but there is concern in his eyes. Ariel, trying to convey to him the essence of the problem, talks about the maid's disrespect for his status. The lack of proper respect for the emperor on the part of his servants undermines his authority and power. Ariel recalls Ansel's words that even a powerless prince deserves a minimum of respect. The suggestion to increase the number of people ignoring the emperor sounds like a sophisticated mockery. An icy rage flashes in the young man's eyes at the mention of his humiliating status as a disenfranchised prince. Panic grips the maid. She falls to her knees, anticipating a quick and cruel reprisal. The indifference in the emperor's gaze is frightening. For him, such disdain from his servants has become the norm. The emperor's admission of his own powerlessness sounds like a death sentence. He cannot change the attitude towards himself. Ariel's desperate plea for protection comes as a real shock to her, and the young man sees her as his only support. A sincere call to believe only in her finds a response in the soul of the young man, and hope lights up in his eyes. The young man's gentle question about the reason for her haste makes Ariel look down in embarrassment, not knowing what to answer. Shame and pride fight in the witch's soul. She cannot admit her ignorance and lack of knowledge of the new language. The memory of teaching Seti to read gives Ariel a funny idea about role reversal. Overcoming herself, Ariel admits her ignorance of the language and is unable to read the inscriptions in the book. The young man's beaming smile and his question about whether this is the only script she knows irritates Ariel. Confused, Ariel tries to justify herself by reminding him of her knowledge of the ancient Arundel script. The painful reminder that she abandoned him sounds like a reproach that makes Ariel's heart clench. The cruel suggestion that he not study in order to remain at the same level as her leaves the witch in shock. The light touch and the command to rest only increase the feeling of being trapped. Ariel feels helpless. The simple desire for her to be near sounds from the emperor's lips, like an immutable law that cannot be resisted. Caring about her rights and status seems like an interesting game to the young man. He enjoys her helplessness. The nonchalant response to Ansel's offer to explain everything properly only confirms that the emperor is enjoying the situation. The young man's sly look suggests that he understands her confusion perfectly well, but is not going to explain anything. The hidden energy that Ariel emits is only visible to those who possess magical power themselves. As a child, the young man did not attach any importance to her secrets, but over time, he realized how much she was hiding from him. The emperor's icy question addressed to his chambermaid makes her tremble with fear and the realization of her mistake. The chambermaid's desperate attempts to justify her tactlessness are dashed by the emperor's cold indifference. The accusation of disrespect for the future empress sounds like a death sentence. The girl understands that she has committed a mortal crime. The cold fury and ruthlessness in the emperor's gaze left no doubt that her death was imminent. The cries of horror and pleas for mercy are drowned out in the icy silence of the throne room. The fate of the chambermaid is sealed. The emperor's icy command silences all, his power unquestionable and absolute. Rumors of the emperor's mysterious woman, who appeared from the magic circle, spread throughout the city. The aristocrats' contemptuous whispers about the new favorite's ignorance and illiteracy only increase the tension. Rumors that the emperor prefers stupid and uneducated girls become the main topic of gossip. The famous designer Larrier arrives at Ariel's boutique, ready to sew the best dresses for her. The fuss around her appearance since the morning only causes Ariel bewilderment and irritation. The emperor's words about the need for new clothes for life in the palace sound like a sentence, depriving her of hope of returning. Ariel's stubborn refusal to accept the new dresses only highlights her rebellious spirit and unwillingness to conform. Despite the protests, The designer begins his work, offering Ariel to choose a dress from the catalog. Discussing the color of a dress to match her black hair and golden eyes seems empty and meaningless to Ariel. The Emperor's unexpected mention of her love for the color red takes the witch by surprise. The memory of her love for hydrangeas only confirms how closely he watched her all these years. The Emperor's childish joy at the fact that his guess is correct causes mixed feelings in Ariel. Ariel struggles to contain her irritation, urging herself to trust the professionals and not interfere. A memory of training a dog gives Ariel a brilliant and risky idea. An unexpected blow to the nose makes the designer's assistants cry out in surprise and pain. The idea of treating the Emperor like a dog seems like the only way out of the situation to Ariel. The Emperor's indulgent calm, accepting her strange behavior, only strengthens her resolve. The image of a mistress with a leash in her hands and a submissive dog at her feet becomes for Ariel a symbol of her future power. Rumors about the Emperor having a mistress capable of taming a rabid dog spread throughout the palace, causing shock and bewilderment. The realization of her own madness hits Ariel, and she scolds the Emperor like a child in front of everyone. New rumors about her ignorance and status as a palace trainer only worsen an already dire situation. Ariel's determination to escape from this golden cage becomes her only way out. Hopelessness grips the witch. Without money, knowledge, and understanding of where to go, escape seems impossible. The desperate thought of checking the magic circle in the palace becomes the last hope for salvation. A clever trick with a feigned interest in the circle outside the forest should lull the Emperor's vigilance. The young man's thoughtful look suggests that he has guessed her true intentions, but decided to play along. The unexpected agreement and offer to show her something interesting take Ariel by surprise. Shock and bewilderment distort the witch's face when she sees what the imperial palace has become. Instead of a luxurious garden, a forest of monsters appears before her, and among them are her faithful companions. The fact that the tree monsters immediately recognized him speaks of a long-standing and strong connection between them. Memories of the boy caring for monsters take Ariel back to a time full of warmth and light. The touching scene of reunion with the crying tree monster only emphasizes the young man's kindness and caring nature. It turns out that the young man cared for the monsters and even endowed them with magical powers, connecting them with the forest. The ironic remark about what's so good about a guy who throws up a storm indiscriminately betrays Ariel's jealousy. The young man's confidence that he could have easily defeated the monster, but chose not to, speaks of his changed character. The words about the tree monsters protecting the circle perfectly make Ariel puzzled and suspicious. The realization that the palace with the magic circle is located on the lands of the ancient kingdom of Arendal comes as a shock to her. The question of why the magic circle is here and not in the farmer's field requires an immediate answer. An ancient relic found in a farmer's field turned out to be the key to solving the mystery. A former emperor obsessed with magic built a new palace to house an ancient magic circle. Ariel's ironic remark about wasting money is met with a knowing smile from the young man, since no one knew how to use the circle. The lonely figure of a boy who finds an abandoned circle becomes the beginning of a long and dangerous journey into a magical forest. 1,000 years that have passed in the ordinary world have left no trace on the magic circle. It still works. The perfect preservation of the circle makes Ariel think about the preservation magic she used in the past. A sudden realization pierces the witch's mind. The magic that preserved the circle was not her creation. The memory of the great mage Akelnar, with whom she had done research, becomes the key to the solution. 1,000 years later, Ariel regrets that she never asked her friend what spell he used. Reflections on the strangeness of the forest, which the young man had not noticed in childhood, lead him to new thoughts. The magic of maintaining the state, ensuring cleanliness and food in the house, speaks of someone's invisible presence. The young man's words about how she hasn't changed at all, as if time had stood still for her, sound like a compliment. Ariel's flirtatious response and her confidence in her own knowledge of the situation only amuse the grown-up prince. The forest, where time stands still and the magic of the great Ashildr reigns, becomes a place of strength and inspiration for the young man. The unexpected confession that he suspected Ashildr herself of being her takes the witch by surprise. Researching materials about the great magician Akelnar, a contemporary of Ashildr, becomes an obsession for the young man. Having learned to distinguish Akelnar's magic from Ashildr's, The young man receives a new key to unraveling the secrets of the forest. The ability to sense Akelnar's power in a forest, filled with Ashildar's magic, causes Ariel confusion and anxiety. The mystery of the mysterious Daniel, the owner of the shirt, haunts the young man. He senses some kind of catch in it. The guess that Daniel is the great magician Akelnar, and Ariel is Ashildar herself, seems increasingly likely to him. The importance of this discovery forces the young man to pretend that he doesn't care, so as not to scare off his prey. The young man's crazy guess that Ariel and Daniel could be lovers only makes the witch laugh. Panic grips Ariel. She doesn't understand where such absurd rumors about her relationship with Daniel could come from. The memory of his elder brother, the great magician Akelnar, comes to mind, but brings no consolation. In the temple, in prayer and solitude, another important figure in this story, the mysterious oracle, seeks solace. The oracle looks anxiously into the future, trying to decipher the signs and predict future events. The ominous energy hanging over the palace does not go unnoticed, foreshadowing imminent disaster. Rumors that the Ice Emperor trusts a certain woman and a mysterious trainer are stirring the minds of the courtiers. The discussion of the candidacy of the new empress becomes the main topic of gossip, because the fate of the empire is at stake. Mistress Violet Kelton, former empress candidate, accepts her defeat with grace and dignity. The news that the emperor has a new candidate for empress only causes Violet mild surprise. Memories of her childhood spent with her brother, the great magician Akelnar, fill Ariel's heart with warmth. The brother's threat to turn the bear into shashlik sounds like a funny joke, reminding us of his hot temper. In response to her brother's threat, Ariel easily freezes the ill-mannered dove, demonstrating her magical power. The eternal competition in magic, Hellfire versus Snowstorm, was their favorite game and a way to prove their superiority. Childhood quarrels often ended in fights, where her brother headbutted her like an enraged bear. Witnesses of their childish pranks watched in horror as Mr. Daniel lost control of his power. The appearance of the elder sister, the crown princess, always put an end to their crazy games. Her authority was unquestionable. A punishment of 3 days in the dungeon was common for these two restless mages. Despite all the oddities, their family was ordinary, and now Ariel sadly realizes that she will never see her family again. The Emperor's unexpected question about the relationship between Akelnar and Ashildar takes Ariel by surprise, causing her heart to beat faster. Ariel's desperate attempt to hide the truth fails, and she angrily suggests that he find the answers himself. The realization that he has understood everything falls upon the witch, and she falls to the floor in helplessness. The cold confidence in the young man's voice confirms her suspicions. He knows that Daniel lived with her in the forest. The bitter truth is revealed. The young man knows that she is from the line of Ashildar, and Daniel is the great magician Akelnar. Ariel's reluctance to acknowledge her connection to an ancient family and become a 1,000-year-old grandmother causes panic. The thought of staying here and suffering from this black magic seems unbearable to her. The memory of how the young man brought her here by force and his intention to keep her only increases her despair. A firm determination to explain and resolve everything through conversation makes Ariel get up and go to him. The unexpected appearance of the young man at the door and his words that he was waiting for her to stop being afraid take her by surprise. Ariel firmly declares her desire to return to the forest, promising not to close the magic circle. The young man's mocking tone and his reminder of the burned forest send Ariel into a fit of rage. The question of what to do in the forest without a home sounds like a mockery, but there is some truth in his words. The young man's cunning answer, that he destroyed the house down to the last molecule, deprives her of her last hope. The news that he took all her things and books to please the magicians becomes the last straw for Ariel. The memory of people rushing through the palace, transporting her things, comes together to form a single picture. In a panic, Ariel rushes to the door, not wanting to believe that her home and everything she held dear was destroyed. Despair and helplessness overwhelm the witch. She cannot come to terms with the loss of her home and books. An unexpectedly noticed oddity interrupts her hysteria, forcing her to think about what is happening. A book flying in the air, open to the right page, seems to her something incredible and frightening. The realization that her things were not destroyed, but are here in the palace, gives birth to new hope in her heart. A scream of horror escapes Ariel's chest as she sees her belongings floating in the air. Shock and bewilderment give way to the joy of recognition. The witch understands that these are her precious things. Despair and anger mingle in Ariel's voice as she sees her personal notebooks in someone else's hands. Familiar entries in old books give her a bad feeling. She is afraid that her secrets will be revealed. The delight of the mages who found the records of Ashildr and Akelnar becomes a real nightmare for Ariel. The thought that her personal diaries, full of girlish secrets and the names of her lovers, will become public knowledge terrifies her. Despair and helplessness overwhelm the witch. She cannot allow her personal diaries to fall into the wrong hands. The Emperor's ironic question about why she doesn't like her relationship with Ashildr sounds like a mockery. The thought that Akelnar wouldn't like it either is small consolation for Ariel. A clever trick with an offer to bring the diaries for a conversation becomes the witch's last hope. The realization that Akelnar's name appears frequently in her diaries, and that it is just swearing, makes her blush. The Emperor's thoughtful look suggests that he understands her true motives perfectly well and is not going to fall for her tricks. The confession that she is of Ashildr's line bursts from Ariel's chest. She can no longer hide the truth. The Emperor's icy calm and his words that he wanted to hear it from her herself are astonishing. Ariel, furious, demands the return of all her things brought from the forest, refusing to put up with his power. The reaction of the magicians, who are unwilling to give up the precious diaries, only confirms her fears. The question of his weakness and lack of rights only evokes a condescending smile from the Emperor. He is confident in his strength. The order given to Ansel leaves no doubt that the Emperor intends to return all of her belongings, but on his own terms. The threat to lock the rest of her things in the warehouse if she protests becomes the final argument in his game. Ansel's suggestion to leave at least one notebook sounds like a mockery, but there is a grain of common sense in his words. The importance of the diary entries becomes obvious to the Emperor, and he intends to learn all the secrets. Panic grips Ariel when she realizes he can read the ancient Arundel script. A desperate attempt to take the diary back turns into a childish scramble, full of laughter and embarrassment. Enraged, Ariel demands the diary be given to her, not wanting her personal secrets to become public knowledge. The icy rebuke that she speaks so easily about the breakup makes Ariel shut up. 10 long years spent in loneliness and melancholy became a real test for the young man. Day after day, he looked at the closed magic circle, losing hope of ever seeing her again. Despair gave way to firm determination. The young man vowed to enter the forest, no matter what the cost. The thought of meeting Ariel became his only goal, the meaning of his existence. The monstrous confession that he wanted to kill her for betrayal sounds like a death sentence. The desire to destroy her, because she was not his, fought in his soul with love and longing. The memory of those thoughts leaves Ariel with only bewilderment. She cannot believe his cruelty. The thought that she would not be in this world was unbearable for the young man, forcing him to change his plans. Instead of killing her, he decided to leave her alive, capture her, and lock her up so that she could never leave him again. His passionate desire for her to breathe only near him betrays his obsession and possessive nature. The idea of leaving her in a secret place where only he can see her seems like the perfect solution to him. The offer to live with him in peace and not irritate him sounds like an ultimatum that leaves her no choice. The casual remark that it's just a diary only piques his curiosity. The realization that the diary may hold the answers to all his questions makes him look at the pages with even greater interest. Panic and terror grip Ariel as she realizes that her personal secrets are about to be revealed. The thoughtful look of the Emperor as he studies the diary suggests that he has found something important. The accusation that Ashildr and Akelnar were lovers causes a storm of indignation in Ariel. The question of whether she killed Akelnar and the comparison of their relationship with his own drives Ariel to a white heat. The realization that Akelnar was her brother comes as a real revelation to the young man. The slight disappointment in the Emperor's gaze suggests that he had hoped for a more romantic story. Ariel's attempt to hide her embarrassment with a joke about his deep thoughts only amuses the Emperor. The young man's certainty that Ariel was Ashildr and the constant mention of Akelnar's name got on his nerves. The thought that they could be lovers haunted him, forcing him to make the most gloomy plans. The monstrous admission that he would have found and destroyed Akelnar's remains if he had been her lover is shocking. The reproach that she could at least once tell the truth sounds from the lips of the young man like an accusation of betrayal. The reminder of her many accomplishments including creating a magic circle that is still in use, only deepens his resentment. The bitter realization that history has no record of her deeds comes as a heavy blow to Ariel. The world that existed 1,000 years ago was destroyed to its foundations, taking with it countless lives. The realization of her guilt in the destruction of the world falls upon Ariel. She is the one who led him to his death. Fanatical calls for war and uniting with the devil to destroy Arendelle were the beginning of the end. The Holy Empire and the Republic united and attacked the magical kingdom, plunging the world into chaos. Memories of the frantic negotiations that demanded the unification of empires still fill Ariel with horror. His brother's disdainful remark about fanatics who have forgotten their place only underscores his confidence in the power of magic. The pride and confidence in Ariel's voice, as she reminds him that Arendelle is a magical kingdom, sounds like a challenge. The summoning of all the kingdom's mages and forced mobilization becomes a desperate attempt to save their world from destruction. The battle rages on with renewed vigor, with many mages arriving on the battlefield, ready to fight to the last. Combining their powers, the brother and sister, like great magicians, unleash the full might of their kingdom on their enemies. A brutal and large-scale war engulfs the lands, leaving behind only ashes and destruction. Ariel's eyes are full of pain and despair as she sees her world crumbling before her eyes. The battlefield, strewn with bodies and swords, becomes a silent witness to the bloody carnage. A lonely figure of a witch wanders across the scorched earth, where nothing living remains. Memories of the deceased family, father, mother, sister, and brother, cause unbearable pain. The world she knew and loved was torn to pieces, burned and destroyed. A desperate cry is drowned out by the silence of a destroyed world, but it is too late. Grief and loneliness overwhelm the witch. She is left alone in this empty and lifeless world. A painful realization of her guilt falls upon Ariel. All this happened because of her. Several days spent in tears and despair lead the witch to a new discovery. A mysterious dimensional door, an artifact of another level, becomes the key to understanding the causes of the war. The god Kelsion, who exists in another dimension, and his fanatical followers caused this tragedy. Rage and a thirst for revenge consume Ariel. She vows to stop this madness, no matter the cost. Engulfed in flames, the witch directs all her power to destroy the dimensional door. The determination in her eyes knows no bounds. She will destroy all means of penetration into her world. A powerful surge of magic aimed at destroying the portal shakes the foundations of the universe. One last look, full of pain and determination, and now the witch falls into the abyss, having given up all her strength. Thus, at the cost of her life and freedom, Ariel closes the door of dimensions, saving her world from complete destruction. At the cost of her magical power, Ariel severed the connection with another dimension, saving her world. Having exhausted her strength, she was left to live alone in the magical forest, condemning herself to eternal loneliness. The weight of guilt for the destroyed world weighs on her shoulders. Ariel confesses to her terrible sin. A firm determination to return to the forest and atone for her guilt becomes her only goal. The witch is ready to repent, ask for forgiveness, and pray for peace in order to correct the mistakes of the past. The cold indifference in the young man's voice to her tragedy and his desire to return to the forest discourages Ariel. His reluctance to let her leave the palace and the confusion in his gaze speak of his internal struggle. The order given to Ansel leaves no doubt that the Emperor is ready to do anything to keep her. An outstretched hand and an offer to show her something interesting take an unexpected turn for Ariel. Bewilderment and fear are mixed in the witch's soul. She does not understand where he is leading her. The answer that they are going outside the palace to look at the world she destroyed sounds like a mockery. The sudden trip outside the palace only raises more questions and suspicions in Ariel. The young man's confidence that she will like him only increases her anxiety. She senses a catch. The Emperor's suspicious behavior and his strange hints make Ariel be on her guard. The majestic buildings and good roads of the New World evoke in the witch mixed feelings of admiration and sadness. The noisy and lively crowd on the city streets becomes a real revelation for her after centuries of loneliness. The activity and cheerfulness of people enjoying a peaceful life fill her heart with hope. A flourishing and prosperous city, rising from the ashes, becomes a symbol of new life and rebirth. The realization of how much the world has changed while she slept brings a bitter smile to Ariel's face. Arriving at her destination interrupts her thoughts. The carriage stops in front of a majestic building. The Emperor's outstretched hand invites Ariel into a new, unknown world, full of secrets and dangers. The tall and luxurious hotel building amazes the witch, who is accustomed to the solitude of her forest home. The ceremonial welcome from the hotel staff and the offer to take her to the top floor only increased her bewilderment. The question of why they left the palace for the hotel sounds like an attempt from Ariel to understand the logic of this crazy emperor. The young man's answer that he wants to show her something from the top floor only piques her curiosity. The emperor's words about what time is capable of make Ariel reflect on the changes that have taken place. The young man's confident smile and his words about everything being visible only emphasize his superiority and knowledge. A look out the window reveals nothing unusual. Ariel sees nothing that could surprise her. A magical shield and a flying ship hovering in the sky become a real revelation for the witch. The young man's explanation that it was a flying ship for transporting goods sounds like science fiction. The new technologies that have emerged during her sleep are astounding and make her look at the world in a new way. The Emperor's words that the world is not as destroyed as she said become a bitter reproach for Ariel. Developed infrastructure and magic circles that allow travel around the world seem incredible to her. The majestic city that rose from the ruins of the past, and its name, make Ariel think about her place in this world. The Elysium Empire, a human union of science and technology, becomes for the witch a symbol of a new world built on the ruins of her past. The familiar name evokes vague memories in Ariel, and she tries to remember where she has heard it before. Memories of creating magical barriers and using fire magic take her back to a past full of battles and losses. The small alliance of humans, dwarves, and elves, calling itself the Human Union of Science and Technology, seems insignificant to her. The offer to join an alliance created to destroy the world through wars and magic only evokes a contemptuous smirk from her. The brothers' confidence that this world is magic and his intention to tell them about it after the war sound like a prophecy. Ariel's careless agreement to follow her brother into the past becomes a fatal mistake for her. The brothers' belief that ending the war is the most important thing only highlights his naivety and idealism. A world engulfed in the fires of war becomes the cradle of a small alliance destined to change history. On the ruins of the old world, where everything had disappeared, this union grew into a powerful empire. Relief from the end of the war is mixed with sadness. The witch understands what price had to be paid for this peace. By closing the door of dimensions, Ariel saved her world. But during this time, it had managed to change radically. 1,000 years of imprisonment transformed the ruined world into a beautiful and prosperous place. Tears of admiration and sadness mingle in Ariel's eyes. She can't believe that science and magic could become such harmonious friends. A gentle touch on her cheek brings the witch back to reality, forcing her to look into the eyes of her captor. The Emperor's words about being the master of this beautiful empire sound like a promise to share his power with it. The offer to look into the future and become its empress comes as a shock and a frightening surprise to Ariel. The idea that they cannot create a future together because of the different flow of time seems like a saving grace to her. A short stay in the palace will not damage the forest's seal. Ariel decides to stay to enjoy this new world. The desire to stay a little longer in this beautiful world, full of life and wonders, outweighs fear and mistrust. The boredom and loneliness in the palace become unbearable for Ariel. Without Sidi, she has no one to even have fun with. The helplessness and discomfort of not knowing the language and palace rules make her feel like an outsider. The lack of a permanent maid to show her around only increases her sense of loneliness. Idleness and boredom force Ariel to spend hours looking out the window, watching the rare passers-by. The unexpected appearance of a beautiful stranger with silver hair interrupts her gloomy thoughts. Admiration and envy mix in the witch's soul. She cannot take her eyes off this radiant and self-confident woman. Admiration and envy mix in Ariel's soul. She cannot take her eyes off this shining stranger. Violet's explanation that she came in quietly to avoid attention only underscores her modesty. The maid's indignation at the Emperor's conveying news of the wedding through the temple seems unfair to her. Violet accepts her role with dignity, explaining that as a representative of the temple, she has a duty to do so. The calm and confidence in Violet's voice, despite the warnings to be careful, speaks of her fortitude. The bloodstain on the pavement and the gathering crowd become an ominous omen of things to come. Violet's appearance at the crime scene causes surprise and awe among the crowd, and her presence is calming. Saint Lady Violet, the temple's oracle and hope, descends upon the common people to understand what happened. The thought of sacrifice that flashed through Violet's mind speaks of her knowledge of dark rituals. This is not the first time this has happened. A recent similar incident only confirms her worst fears about the sectarians. The god's recent revelation of impending danger to the palace makes her heart beat with anxiety. Rumors about the appearance of the emperor's mistress, a mysterious trainer, in the palace reach her. The ominous energy emanating from the palace and a bad feeling haunt Violet. A conversation with her assistant confirms her suspicions. The catastrophe the gods spoke of is connected with the emperor's new woman. Rumors that this woman is a witch from the eastern forest only increase her anxiety and suspicions. Her firm determination to uncover the truth and protect the emperor from the suspicious woman becomes a matter of honor for her. The reproach that she speaks too loudly and the reminder to be careful only emphasize the seriousness of the situation. The wise advice that rumors spread quietly makes the assistant shut up and think. Sacrifices committed by religious fanatics are becoming more frequent and brutal. The cold certainty that these rituals will continue makes Violet prepare for the worst. Growing anxiety and mistrust among people are becoming fertile ground for the spread of rumors. Violet's sly smile betrays her true intentions, and it's all about to fall apart. All that remains is to wait until everything collapses, and then we can act. Rumors about the emperor's new girlfriend reach the family of Marcus Kelton, causing a storm of indignation. Saint Violet's mother, Priscilla Kelton, is furious that a bastard has taken her son-in-law's place. The thought that the emperor had brought some young woman to the palace and even set a wedding date infuriates her. Despair and anger are mixed in Priscilla's voice. She cannot come to terms with the fact that her daughter is being deprived of her place as empress. The suggestion to send away the unwanted girl before things go too far sounds like a call to action. A cunning plan begins to form in Priscilla's head. She has a way to get rid of her rival. The girl's illiteracy becomes her main trump card. Her ignorance must be used against her. The plan is already in action. A specially selected servant will become their person in the palace. Rumors of a high salary and special benefits for the new guest's personal maid attract many interested parties. The desire to get such a job makes one of the girls go to any lengths to get this position. A knock on the door and a decisive step into the room where the selection takes place marks the beginning of her new mission. A firm statement about her desire to become a personal servant leaves no doubt about her intentions. Rainal Burion, the Baron's third daughter, becomes Ariel's new servant, her eyes full of determination. Ariel's surprise at the sight of the new elf-like servant only highlights her ignorance of the new world. The revelation that she is half-elf comes as another revelation to Ariel. The weak energy emanating from the half-breed explains why Ariel didn't immediately sense her true nature. Ansel's comment that mixed races were common in his time only underscores how much the world had changed. Ansel introduces Ariel to the new maid, assuring her of her compliance and helpfulness. The new maid, Raynell, anticipates Ariel's wishes by bringing her refreshments. A sudden thirst and a timely drink make Ariel suspicious that the maid is spying on her. The witch's awakening is met by a prepared-for-anything Raynell, who had predicted the moment of her awakening. The maid's thoughtful offer to wash her face sounds like a mockery. She clearly sees Ariel's fear. A terrifying thought pierces the witch's mind. This strange servant was watching her in her sleep. Raynell's blank, expressionless gaze, constantly following her, makes Ariel uncomfortable. The maid's obsessive presence and her unwavering gaze force the witch to look for a way to escape. A sudden decision to go to the library becomes Ariel's only way to get rid of the annoying maid. The confusion on Raynell's face betrays her true motives. She knows about Ariel's illiteracy. The question of free access to the library becomes a test of Ariel's status and freedom in the palace. The maid's offer to find the right book sounds like another attempt to find out her secrets. The casual answer about choosing books based on pictures should have scared the maid off, but she does not back down. The desperate thought of finding a children's book to learn to read becomes the witch's only way out. Ariel is filled with strength and determination to master the new writing system and understand everything that is happening. The main goal is to get used to the palace and learn a new language in order to survive in this hostile world. A direct request to teach her to read meets with a cold and unyielding refusal from the emperor. Indignation and bewilderment are mixed in the witch's soul. She cannot believe his ingratitude. The doubt that she will stay here becomes the main reason for the young man's refusal. The fear that, having learned to read, she would easily abandon him and run away, paralyzes the emperor's will. The hopelessness in the young man's voice reveals his confusion. He doesn't know what to do. A bitter realization overtakes Ariel. The girl naively believed that he would easily forget her betrayal. Despite her fear, hope is born in the witch's soul. Sidi does not seem like the type to act in secret. The emperor, with feigned generosity, allows her to wander around the palace and read books as soon as a permanent servant appears. The challenging issue of the library ban becomes a test for Ariel. She does not intend to put up with his manipulation. Persistent independent work in the garden bears its first fruits. The witch diligently learns the basics of a new language. Learning simple words seems like an impossible task to her. The abundance of new information makes everything jumbled up in her head. The unexpected appearance of a cute boy in a robe interrupts her dull activities, causing surprise and curiosity. A mysterious assignment from an unknown teacher only increases the intrigue. The witch awaits the question with interest. The boy's cute appearance and his robe make Ariel think that he is just a young magician's apprentice. Playing along with the little messenger, the witch curiously asks what his mysterious teacher wants to know. The question about the book written by a Schilder, which was supposedly burned, takes the witch by surprise. The boy's genuine surprise at her words only confirms that he is just an innocent intermediary. Ariel's sharp and forceful response, asserting her rights to the thing, should have interrupted this unpleasant conversation. A sudden guess stops the witch. The magic circles on the boy's robe work on a different principle. Scientific curiosity taking over, Ariel asks the boy to let her take a look at his amazing robe. Simple magic circles for temperature regulation are striking in their accessibility and effectiveness. The high consumption of magical power becomes the main drawback of this amazing robe, limiting its use. The imperfection of the magic circle becomes obvious to Ariel, and she sees the reason for the high energy consumption. With a slight movement of the hand, the witch completes the circle, making it perfect and economical to use. The boy's surprise that he could maintain the optimal temperature even with his own efforts reveals his modesty. The admiration in the boy's eyes and his question about her knowledge of magic make Ariel look away in embarrassment. Her irritation with herself for getting carried away with the new magic and attracting attention to herself is growing. The offer to keep her magical abilities a secret becomes Ariel's only option. The clever trick of seeming randomness was bound to work if its secret were revealed. The boy's joyful agreement to keep the secret and his hasty farewell make Ariel smile. The satisfaction that she was able to shut him up is mixed with an interest in modern, almost combat magic. Raynal's surprised face and her words about Ariel's excellent knowledge of magic indicate that her secret has already been revealed. The commotion in the magic tower, due to a single line in the magic circle, causes shock among the magicians. The idea that it was an accident seems like the only logical explanation to them, but they find it hard to believe. Suspicion falls on the young student. His genius, like that of the emperor himself, seems obvious to them. The realization that this child is a genius, and that his genius instinct is impossible to understand for ordinary magicians, leaves them stupefied. The mistress's plan to discredit Ariel failed. The young student turned out to be a genius, not a pawn. The emperor's calm question about what she had done, and his words about the commotion in the tower, sound like a reproach. Her casual reply that she only touched the circle slightly betrays her frivolity. Ariel had no idea what a stir her small intervention in the magic circle could cause. The emperor's words about the difference in the level of magic in her world, and the current one, become a revelation for Ariel. The question of the disappearance of magic, and its lack of use in the modern world, leaves Ariel perplexed. 1,000 years ago, ancient states were destroyed by war, which led to the decline of magic. The last hope for survival was the union created in the north to avoid further wars. People made every effort to revive the world, focusing on the development of science and technology. The development of science and technology has allowed people to live, but progress has reached its limit. The great discovery that went down in history became a turning point for all of humanity. An abandoned magic circle based on ancient magic has become the key to a new era. A miraculous discovery made it possible to replace all energy with magic, raising the level of technology to new heights. Magic has become an absolute power and strength, becoming the basis of a new world order. The status of the great Ashildr will make Ariel a god and an idol for the magicians of this empire. The realization of the disappearance of magic and its low level in the modern world fills the witch's heart with sadness. The memory of the sweet boy student brings only a slight smile and curiosity to Ariel. The sweetest child in her memories was, of course, Siddy, who was constantly chirping her name. That sweet little boy had grown into the cool and powerful young man standing before her now. Childish features still appear in the young man's mature appearance, such as his beautiful blue eyes. The young man's lips still call her by name, although more roughly than in her distant childhood. The unexpected approach and attempted kiss take the witch by surprise, causing panic. A sharp push and an indignant question about the young man's sudden impulse reveal her confusion and anger. Confusion and bewilderment overwhelm the witch. The girl doesn't know how to justify her reaction. The irritation from the Emperor's attempt at a first kiss without warning grows with every second. The memory of a childhood attempt at a kiss that failed to awaken only adds to the irony of the situation. The witch's prolonged sleep became a real test and disappointment for the little prince. A monstrous guess pierces the witch's mind. Could it be that the cruel child is her student Siddy? The young man's smile and his offer to call it a day seem deceptively gentle. The Emperor's hypocritical goodnight only makes Ariel want him to go away. The memory of a childhood kiss on the forehead of a sleeping witch becomes the only real, albeit secret memory for the young man. The thought that he hasn't had his first real kiss yet only makes his obsession stronger. An unexpected visit from a priest asking for an audience disrupts the Emperor's fragile privacy. Suspicion creeps into the young man's soul. The long silence of the temple is replaced by sudden activity. The Emperor sits majestically on his throne, listening to a report about a mysterious disease spreading among the people. The description of a disease that makes people lose weight sounds like an ominous omen. The Emperor's cold mind immediately recognizes this as a sacrificial ritual of ancient sects. The priest, with fanatical delight, confirms his guess, linking the illness with the appearance of a witch. Falling to his knees, the priest enthusiastically recounts rumors about the witch from the eastern forest. The Emperor's icy gaze betrays no emotion in response to the direct question about the guest from the forest. Interest in the forest where the witch lives flares up in the eyes of the courtiers, who do not understand the true nature of what is happening. Contempt for ignoramuses, who meddle in other people's business, forces the Emperor to use his power, lifting the priest into the air. Horror distorts the priest's face when he realizes the full power and ruthlessness of the young Emperor. The accusation of slander against the future Empress sounds like a death sentence, leaving no chance of salvation. A direct question about who sent it, Felix or Violet, makes the priest tremble with fear. Suspicion falls on the brother locked in the temple, or Saint Violet. The Emperor sees a conspiracy behind this. The order given to the loyal knight leaves no doubt that the Emperor intends to get to the bottom of the truth. A shadow of worry falls on the young man's face. He will not allow anyone to bother Ariel. Rumors about the Emperor's mistress spread throughout the palace, causing mistrust and suspicion. The icy demand to repeat the news reveals the shock and indignation of Rosemary Raymond, one of the candidates for Empress. Panic grips Rosemary. The idea that some witch has become a candidate for Empress seems unthinkable to her. Rumors of the new favorite's ignorance and illiteracy only increase her contempt and bewilderment. Rosemary's thoughtful look suggests that she doesn't believe the rumors and is looking for some kind of catch in this. The idea that this woman has something that doesn't make her tremble with gossip is both intriguing and frightening. The ironic remark that if the Emperor likes bad girls, then everything becomes even more interesting betrays her passion. The fear and uncertainty in the gazes of the handmaidens as they spy on Ariel only adds to her fearsome reputation. Ariel's irritated shouting at the maids and her unwillingness to look at the books any longer reveal her fatigue. The request to bring a comfortable chair and table next time indicates her intention to continue her gardening activities. The quiet and secluded setting of the garden, protected from prying eyes by the fear of monsters, is ideal for studying. Explaining one's presence in the garden as a desire to avoid people and the limited space allowed sounds like a justification. The thought of being given a tour of the castle by a maid only irritates Ariel. The sudden appearance of the emperor and his question about the purpose of his visit take the witch by surprise. The news that Rosemary Raymond, the Duke's daughter, is asking for a meeting comes as a surprise to Ariel. The question of who Rosemary is, and the answer that she is one of two candidates for Empress leaves Ariel with mixed feelings. The genuine joy and delight that he has candidates for Empress sounds like a mockery. The hypocritical approval of his choice only increases the tension, Ariel playing her role, hiding her true feelings. The Emperor's icy tone in response to her question makes Ariel wary. The order to meet Rosemary and the advice to make friends sound like an ultimatum that leaves her no choice. The Emperor's plan becomes clear. He intends to present her as Empress at the next ball. The thought of meeting a young and jealous rival only causes panic in the 1,000-year-old witch. The Emperor's reassuring words that she would enjoy the family curse only increase her anxiety. Ariel's ironic reaction to the words about the family curse reveals her misunderstanding and hidden fear. Rosemary's polite greeting conceals icy contempt and a readiness to fight. The insidious question of how to address her becomes the first attempt to humiliate her and put her in her place. Ariel's unperturbed response and her offer to address her as she pleases discourages her rival. Rosemary's maids are confident that their mistress will find something to complain about and expose Ariel. A disdainful remark about the size of the room, which seems smaller to her than she thought, becomes the first attack. Rosemary's words about her disappointment in the Emperor's love, judging by the modest room, sound like a mockery. Ariel's confusion at the fact that her luxurious quarters are called small betrays her ignorance of palace standards. Rosemary's support in criticizing the room and furniture becomes part of her insidious plan to humiliate her rival. A disdainful remark about the simplicity of the dress and treats becomes another blow to Ariel's pride. Ariel's confusion and bewilderment reveal themselves. She doesn't know how to react to these attacks. A direct question about her illiteracy and a suggestion to live with it normally sounds like an insult. Rosemary's surprise at Ariel's calm acceptance of all her nagging betrays her confusion. The idea that Ariel is either too slow-witted or doesn't understand anything amuses and irritates Rosemary. Ariel's magnanimous expression, like that of a grandmother looking at her granddaughter, completely infuriates Rosemary. The decision to back down and take her chance next time shows that Rosemary has no intention of giving up. Ariel is left perplexed by her rival's quick departure. She doesn't understand who else could run away from her. Rosemary's confidence that she has done everything that was necessary speaks of her cunning and guile. A carelessly thrown handkerchief and a farewell until next time become a symbol of her contempt. The order to throw away the dirty handkerchief with which she wiped her hands after tea sounds like an insult. The words about the handkerchief being dirty only emphasize her disgust and arrogance. The hasty departure of Rosemary and her maid only confirms that her visit was only part of a cunning plan. The maid's admiration for Rosemary's character suggests that they respect her cruelty. The thought of how cool it would be to take such a naughty child and teach him obedience reveals the hidden trainer in Ariel. The maids are surprised to note that the Emperor's mistress is ideally suited to his taste, because she is just as mischievous. A walk through the garden and the thought of returning the books and getting new ones become Ariel's only consolation. A joyful meeting with the young apprentice of the magician, who is waiting for her, interrupts her lonely thoughts. The boy's delight at becoming a full-fledged mage, thanks to her improved robe, is genuine. His sheepish apology for revealing her help, despite his promise to keep it a secret, betrays his nobility. A gentle smile and the words that she herself asked him not to tell calm the boy down. Offering to keep their secret in exchange for his silence becomes Ariel's way of thanking him. The children's picture book she holds in her hands puzzles the boy. The explanation that she learns to read from such books and his surprise at the rumors of her illiteracy are amusing. The boy's enthusiastic offer to teach her to read comes as an unexpected and pleasant surprise to Ariel. Trying to refuse help, citing the Emperor's prohibition, sounds like an unconvincing excuse. A joyful laugh and a question about the name of her new teacher mark the beginning of their friendship. Ariel's consent and her request to take care of her cause a wave of enthusiasm in little Julian. The maid's conclusion that the mistress likes a suffering face seems to them to be the only explanation for her affection for Seti. Julian's genuine admiration for Ariel's amazing learning abilities fills the library with a warm atmosphere. Her rapid acquisition of reading only confirms Julian's suspicions about her genius, but the witch modestly attributes everything to her own intelligence. Having mastered simple books, Ariel eagerly seeks new knowledge, her gaze fixed on books on magic. The news that the books on magic are in a closed tower seems like a personal challenge to Ariel. Julian's words about the place where they sell ancient things of Arundel light a spark of hope in the witch's heart. The opportunity to touch a piece of her past, things from her native kingdom, causes a storm of emotions in Ariel. The manuscripts and antiques from Arundel, which had become popular among the aristocracy, now seemed personal to her. The proximity of the shopping street, located immediately at the exit of the palace, makes her desire to visit this place unbearable. The decision to go for a walk, despite the ban, becomes Ariel's first step towards gaining freedom. Panic grips the maids. They don't know who to report her unauthorized departure to. The Emperor or Monsieur Ansel. An attempt to reach the Emperor fails. Ansel reports that he is in a meeting and is unavailable. Ansel's nonchalant attitude towards her departure and his confidence that nothing will happen only increases suspicions. Asking the butler for permission sounds like a challenge. Ariel has no intention of obeying the rules. The reminder that Seti locked her in the room and his possible anger sound like a warning. The clever ruse of buying a gift for the Emperor was meant to provide her with an alibi and lull her vigilance. The bold offer to pay for purchases from the palace account takes Ansel by surprise. He did not expect such impudence. In a panic, Ansel orders the knights to watch over her safety, fearing the Emperor's wrath. A heavy sigh and the thought of how many problems she caused revealed Ansel's true feelings. He was tired of her antics. The memory of the recent kidnapping of an aristocrat only increases his anxiety. He fears that she will become the next victim. The abundance of Arundel's things in the store causes Ariel mixed feelings. The seller's polite question about her search interrupts the witch's reverie. The desire to find books on magic fights with the memory of Rosemary's contemptuous smirk. The decision to replace the furniture with an Arundel-style replica reveals Rosemary's cunning plan. A familiar voice makes Ariel turn around. The girl doesn't understand how her rival ended up here. Rosemary's caustic question about the furniture becomes the first blow in their verbal duel. Ariel's innocent question about whether Rosemary has also come to pick out furniture only increases the tension. Rosemary's arrogant claim to have impeccable taste sounds like a direct insult. Ariel's sudden insight and outstretched hand become an unexpected move in this game. The fear and bewilderment on Rosemary's face indicate that she did not expect such a turn of events. The witch's gaze falls on an old box in the corner, inside which lies a secret from the past. The seller's words about low-quality relics destined for the trash only cause Ariel pain. The request to look at the contents of the box reveals her desperate desire to touch the past. Rosemary's contemptuous remark about the worthlessness and old age of things sounds like another mockery. The hair clip found in the box turns out to be more than just a trinket for Ariel, but something more. The question of price puts the seller in a dead end. The seller cannot value something that has no value. The thought of having to get a check to hide her identity becomes obsessive for Ariel. Rosemary's contempt for her purchase and accusations of lack of taste reach their peak. Ariel's internal response, classifying Rosemary herself as something in bad taste, betrays her anger. The question addressed to Julian about his feelings from the hairpin becomes a test of his magical abilities. Ariel's command to concentrate on the hairpin's magic causes Julian to freeze. Following her instructions, the boy creates his first magic circle. A bright flash of light illuminates the hairpin, causing Julian to become delighted. The boy's genuine delight contrasts with Rosemary's shock and bewilderment. Ariel's caustic question about her knowledge of antiques sounds like a challenge. The witch's condescending smile and her words about Rosemary's sweet anger only add fuel to the fire. A sudden shout from the street interrupts their argument, causing Ariel to freeze. Rosemary's desperate cries for help are drowned out by the noise of the street, and she is kidnapped. Ariel is overcome with rage and will not allow anyone to drag her puppy. Serenial's hairpin, created for the heirs to the throne, contains the power of Arundel. The kidnapper's leg freezes in the air. The knights look in horror at Ariel, who appears. The contempt and rage in the kidnapper's gaze indicate that he has no intention of retreating. A light kick sends the insolent man flying, demonstrating her hidden strength. Bewilderment and fear distort the face of the second kidnapper. He did not expect such resistance. Panic forces the second kidnapper to flee, but his path is blocked by knights. The knight's swift and precise strike thwarts the escape attempt, and justice prevails. The appearance of the emperor and his retinue marks the end of this chaos and the beginning of the investigation. The emperor's icy gaze and his words about the rat leave no doubt about the kidnapper's fate. The order to stay here while they deal with the criminal sounds like concern. Rosemary's voice is a mixture of admiration and bewilderment. She can't believe what she sees. Close combat skills honed in war proved useless in palace intrigues. Memories of childhood fights with her brother bring only laughter and nostalgia to Ariel. Rosemary's admiration for her fighting skills seems genuine to Ariel, but there is a cunning glint in her eyes. Rosemary's wild guess that Ariel has captured the Emperor sounds absurd. Ariel's ironic response about the ancient custom of kidnapping husbands only adds fuel to the fire. Rosemary's hasty flight and her cry that she knows nothing betray her fear. The lack of gratitude for saving Ariel only causes bewilderment and slight irritation. The thought of the next meeting and the desire to continue this game amuses the witch. She is not afraid of the challenge. The sudden appearance of the second kidnapper interrupts her thoughts. He looks familiar. The kidnapper lying on the ground becomes a trophy for the Emperor, proof of his power. The young man's smile and his words about the gift he caught for her sound like mockery. Ariel's confusion at his pride over a useless gift only highlights the difference in their worldviews. The Emperor's icy calm and his words that he had already caught him speak of his ruthlessness. The regret that he left the kidnapper alive reveals in the young man the cruel and domineering ruler. The tense atmosphere in the air makes Ariel think about the consequences. The lady's unusual reaction to His Majesty's caresses leaves the knights perplexed. A cheerful offer to spend all his money becomes a way for Ariel to defuse the situation. The cold order to deal with the criminals leaves no doubt about their future fate. Violet's mother's regret that everything started so well and ended so quickly reveals her disappointment. Violet's growing concern about religious fanatics and their sacrifices speaks of an impending threat. Rumors that the Emperor was bewitched by a witch spread like wildfire. Violet's realization that her own mother is behind these rumors is shocking. The mother's arrogant suggestion to remain in ignorance and wait for a better place only confirms her treachery. Ariel's question about why the meeting with Rosemary is taking place in the Imperial Garden reveals her confusion. The Emperor's irritation at her going out alone and his dark energy frighten and intrigue her. The thought that everyone around her is now suffering because of her unauthorized departure makes Ariel feel guilty. Rosemary's feigned hospitality and her words about setting the table to her taste sound like a challenge. Polite gratitude for the invitation conceals tense anticipation and suspicion. Doubts torment Ariel. She cannot understand whether this is gratitude for saving her or an attempt to silence her. The decision to accept everything with a smile and act nice becomes the only correct tactic for Ariel. Complimenting Ariel's manners, which turned out to be better than she thought, sounds like a hidden mockery. Rosemary's explanation of ancient courtly manners and their modifications only emphasizes her superiority. Rosemary's sudden gesture and the letter she dropped become an unexpected turn in their verbal duel. The energy, angle, and force with which the letter was thrown are perceived by Rosemary as a challenge to fight. The realization that Rosemary has finally accepted her challenge makes Ariel feel a sense of elation. The unfamiliar letters in the letter only cause Ariel bewilderment and fear of revealing her ignorance. The thought that this was a request for a maid, rather than a challenge, made Ariel struggle to contain her laughter. Rosemary's confusion that applying for a maid is not a challenge only makes Ariel laugh. Rosemary's enthusiastic desire to serve her personally in order to expose her sounds like madness. Rosemary's cryptic words about seeing something intrigue and frighten Ariel at the same time. Rosemary's admiration for Ariel's coolness on the day she was rescued sounds genuine. The compliment on her impeccable manners only confirms her admiration. Her enthusiastic declaration that she could make Ariel Empress sounds like a vow. Ariel's reminder that she herself is a candidate for Empress only underscores the absurdity of the situation. Rosemary's admission that this is all nonsense designed to break her reveals her true motives. The rage and resentment that she has 3 brothers and must fight for her place burst out. The smell of alcohol in the tea only causes confusion and suspicion in Ariel. The fear that her brothers will seize power drives Rosemary to despair. The thought that even the youngest of 5 children could become emperor gives her hope. Refusing the position of empress and wanting to make Ariel the empress becomes part of her insidious plan. The desperate request to become the emperor's wife so that she could rule the family sounds like a plea. Rosemary's plan to serve her day and night while she deals with her family seems brilliant to her. The report on the completion of the kidnapping investigation interrupts their strange conversation. The discovered traces of sectarianism give the matter a new and dangerous turn. A piece of paper with suspicious writing becomes the key to solving a sectarian ritual. Many of the people who spread the rumors turned out to be connected to the cult's activities. A sudden pain in Raynell's arm and her surprised cry break the silence. The maids, who found a strange inscription while cleaning, look at their discovery in horror. The appearance of Raynell and her question about what happened only increases the panic of the maids. A mysterious mark on the hand, found during cleaning, and its connection to a cult, is frightening to death. Raynell's determination to take the evidence for a while speaks to her intention to get to the truth. The order to remember the time and place of the find emphasizes the importance of this piece of evidence in the investigation. The collected evidence and rumors were supposed to be the key to exposure, but everything did not go according to plan. Rosemary's enthusiastic suggestion that she wear a yellow dress only highlights her childishness. The mountain of dresses Rosemary has chosen, and her desire to order more, speaks of her frivolity. Rosemary's excessive activity and energy tire Ariel, who is accustomed to solitude. Seedy's sudden appearance becomes Ariel's salvation from the annoying Rosemary. Her joyful cry and desire to run away anywhere, just to get away from Rosemary, reveal her despair. The thought of needing a break from the annoying maids seems like a salvation to Rosemary. The Emperor's invitation to visit the greenhouse in the garden, rumored to be decorated by Rosemary, sounds like a challenge. The young man's gloomy mood and his question about the murder only leave Ariel puzzled. Ariel's soothing words and her request to think again before acting speak of her wisdom. The suggestion to do it secretly, so that she wouldn't see, only emphasizes his cruelty. The confusion in Ariel's gaze makes the young man think about his words. The reminder that people usually negotiate rather than kill sounds like a reproach. The comparison of her gaze with his own, the gaze of a man on a different level, takes Ariel by surprise. War exhausts people, forcing mages, who are threatened with death, to kill indiscriminately. 1,000 years later, Ariel realizes that the traces of war remain forever in her soul. The only home she can return to is the forest, the place of her strength and loneliness. The familiar expression on his face and the thought that he wants to leave her again makes Ariel panic. The strange atmosphere among the maids and rumors of a witch in the palace make Ariel wary. The sudden appearance of the Emperor interrupts her thoughts, his gaze full of coldness. Panic grips the maids. They fear that the Emperor has heard their gossip. The bewilderment on the Emperor's face at Ariel's lack of anger at the rumors betrays his confusion. The calm with which the witch listens to dirty gossip about herself puzzles the young man. Ariel's careless response that idle chatter only makes her laugh hides her true feelings. The idea that the rumors will stop if she stays in the palace seems logical to her. A gentle touch, and the words that she is not worried, because it is just passing by sound like comfort. The reproach that she wanted to leave him for another reveals his jealousy and pain. The bitterness and despair of a lonely child abandoned 10 years ago still live in his soul. The resentment the young man had kept inside for so long finally bursts out, revealing his vulnerability. 10 years ago, he was left alone, staring at a closed magic circle, and that memory still haunts him. Ansel's request for forgiveness for interrupting their conversation sounds like a mockery. He heard everything. The suggestion to go to another place only emphasizes the seriousness of the situation. Something has happened. Ariel is overcome with anxiety. She doesn't understand what could have happened that was so serious. Rosemary's ironic remark that rumors always lead aristocrats into a dead end sounds like a mockery. The question about the rumors the maids were telling reveals Ariel's concern. She fears the worst. The Emperor's warning that something might happen only increases the tension. The demand for an explanation regarding the strange events in the capital sounds like an ultimatum from the lips of the courtiers. Rumors of a witch in the palace, evidence of her curses and proof of her guilt are all part of a cunning plan. The Emperor's cold question for evidence silences the courtiers. The appearance of the oracle, Saint Violet, becomes the main argument in this dispute. The courtier's admiration for the saint only emphasize her power and influence. The realization that this saint is the woman she saw in the garden causes Ariel anxiety. The oracle's prediction of impending disaster and danger threatening the world sounds like a death sentence. The emperor's skepticism about a prediction that doesn't even exist betrays his distrust. The emperor's blatant distrust of the temple and its representatives becomes obvious to everyone. The oracle's words about the traces of magical influence found in sectarian rituals sound like an accusation. The testimony of a person from the lady's close circle and the evidence he brought only aggravates the situation. Violet's request to ignore what happened and sort it out properly seems hypocritical. A sincere request to begin a trial of a witch sounds from the lips of a saint like a final verdict. The emperor's ironic smile and his easy consent to the trial shock everyone. Violet's surprise at his easy agreement suggests that she had not expected such a turn of events. The news of the witch trial and the emperor's permission leaves Ariel with only bewilderment. Rosemary's rage and indignation at Violet's impudence in trying to take the place of the empress burst out. The idea that the emperor might ignore these attacks seems logical to Rosemary. Ariel's surprising calm amid the general panic leaves Rosemary perplexed. Knowing that Ceddie won't allow her to become the object of everyone's hatred calms Ariel. The knowledge that someone close to her has approached her and called her a witch makes Ariel wary. Raynell's appearance and her admission that she was the one who reported her comes as a real blow to Ariel. Rumors of a witch trial stir minds, and crowds of people flock to the palace in hopes of a spectacle. Julian's bewilderment at his mistress being called a witch is mixed with a determination to be there. The crowd in the courtroom buzzes with whispers. The common people are forced to stand while the aristocrats take the best seats. The emperor's strange decision to allow the trial leaves Violet's mother with only bewilderment and suspicion. The story of a powerless prince whose existence no one knew about seems incredible to her. Having seized power in an instant and exiled his brothers, he became the most cruel emperor in history. Having become emperor, he did not change his cruel nature. His reign was devoid of any logic. His self-confidence and willingness to swing his sword made him even more frightening and unpredictable. The idea that refusing to go to trial would only exacerbate the rumors about the witch seems to her the only explanation. Despite the perfect preparation, Violet and her mother cannot shake off the feeling of anxiety. This witch is their common enemy. Her presence in the palace threatens not only their plans, but the entire state. Rosemary is sure that the problem lies in the rumors that have spread outside the palace. The question of whether the rumors are connected to her recent kidnapping takes Rosemary by surprise. The uncertainty in Rosemary's voice and her words about the rumors of unrest in the capital being too widespread betray her fear. The majestic appearance of the emperor and his retinue marks the beginning of the long-awaited trial. The emperor's ironic question about whether they are ready to accuse the one who will soon become empress sounds like a threat. The oracle's prophecy about the disaster approaching the world becomes the main argument in this trial. Violet's request to catch the terrible people and understand the unknown community sounds like a call to action. The Knight Commander's report on the traces of the sect found during the investigation of missing people confirms her words. Rosemary's admiration for saintly Violet's public presence is tinged with envy. The horrific details of the sacrifices, consistent with the traditions of the fanatics, shock Ariel. Dried corpses with blood drained and the life energy drained from them speak of a cruel ritual. A monstrous guess pierces the witch's consciousness. Could this really be the Kelsian sect, which she thought had been destroyed? Panic grips Ariel. This religion cannot exist because it disappeared 1,000 years ago. Rosemary's advice to avoid suspicious activities only increases her anxiety, and she fears giving herself away. The decision to remain calm and not show it becomes the only correct tactic for Ariel. Violet's question about why they are discussing the bride and not the actions of the fanatics sounds like an accusation. Violet's words that witches are the core of the cult, and she has evidence, become the main blow. The willingness of a witness close to the witch to testify right in the magic circle causes a stir among the crowd. Rosemary's question about the circle effect reveals her ignorance. She doesn't understand why everyone reacts this way. The circle of truth, which causes tearing pain when lying, becomes the main instrument of this judgment. Violet's confidence in the truth of her words and her willingness to testify in the circle leave no doubt about her intentions. The thought of a close witness with evidence only leaves Ariel perplexed. Rosemary's indignant cry and her question about what is happening only emphasize her confusion. The appearance of the maid in charge of Ariel comes as a real shock to Rosemary. The maid's confused account of what she discovered while cleaning keeps everyone on edge. A book with a pentagram, found among Ariel's belongings, becomes the main evidence of her connection with the sect. Rumors about her illiteracy and her pretense of taking the wrong book only make her situation worse. Ariel's icy denial of guilt rings hollow in the face of the evidence presented. The accusation that she took the book not for public use, and the question of how she did it, baffle her. The thought that the book was planted on her on purpose becomes a saving straw for Ariel. The maid's furious accusations that the witch was drawing curses sound like a death sentence. Another piece of evidence is a piece of paper with mysterious writing that the witch tried to burn. The maid's words that she kept this scrap as evidence leave no doubt about her betrayal. The magic circle, which reacts to the truth, confirms the maid's words, leaving Ariel no chance. The question of the mysterious piece of paper and its meaning hangs in the air. The crowd demands answers. The Emperor watches what is happening with irony. He understands perfectly well that this is a setup. Marquis Kelton, confident in his impeccable preparation, has no idea that his plan is on the verge of failure. The unfamiliar writing on the piece of paper baffles the judge. He cannot confirm its authenticity. Rumors of a witch who has bewitched the Emperor spread throughout the hall, causing anger and fear in the crowd. Ariel's demand to see important evidence sounds like a last chance for salvation. Taking the piece of paper in her hands, the witch realizes with horror that it is a fake, but it is impossible to prove it. The maid's furious screams and her accusations that the witch is trying to destroy evidence only make the situation worse. Ariel's desperate attempt to explain that she won't ruin the evidence is drowned out by the noise of the crowd. Ignorance of the ancient magical language in which the spell against the sectarians is written becomes her curse. Words meaning life force and the return of the spirit are perceived by the crowd as part of a dark ritual. Despite the similarities with the ancient religion of Kelsion, the food sacrifice makes this accusation false. The magic circle, confirming the truth of her words, makes the crowd fall silent and think. Bewilderment and confusion grip the crowd. They cannot understand what is really happening. The insidious plan of the Marchioness Kelton is collapsing before our eyes. Even if she does not know the language, her guilt will be proven. Julian's unexpected cry in defense of Ariel breaks the silence of the hall. The boy's childish logic calls into question the main accusation against the witch. The improved robe becomes the main evidence of Ariel's innocence. The contradiction in the accusations makes the traitor doubt her innocence. Priscilla's evil look tells her that her cunning plan is on the verge of failure. Panic grips the maid. She needs to sow even more suspicion. In desperation, the maid screams that Ariel herself admitted to knowing the spell. The new accusation of nightly curses should have been the final nail in the coffin. The magic circle confirms the truth of her words, but the lie is still obvious. The absurd accusation of intending to curse someone only makes Ariel laugh. The mysterious pendant hanging around the witch's neck attracts everyone's attention. The magical stone in the pendant, which cancels the circle's magic, becomes the key to the solution. The magician in charge of the magic circles asks permission to test the mysterious pendant. Confirmation of the pendant's blocking properties shocks everyone present. The revelation of the maid's lie, hidden by the pendant, changes the course of the trial. Ariel's demand to repeat everything without the pendant becomes a real nightmare for the maid. A direct question about what she saw makes the traitor shut up. The interrogation is interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Raynell, her gaze full of determination. Raynell's admission that she's biding her time only adds to the intrigue. Violet's guess about the identity of her confidant in the temple changes the balance of power. Raynell was always there, watching and following Ariel's every move. Her vow to tell only the truth and her confident demeanor leave no doubt about her intentions. An unrolled scroll full of writings becomes the main evidence in this trial. The evidence of the maid's secret entry into Ariel's room sounds like a death sentence. Carefully collected evidence and the testimony of other maids leave no doubt about the guilt. Another maid's confirmation of Layla's absence from work only worsens her situation. The discovery of a burnt piece of paper and Ariel's absence from the room become further clues. The maid's memories of Raynell's order to remember this day and Lila's absence form a coherent picture. Raynell's easy admission that these are surveillance tapes of her leaves Ariel in shock. The Emperor's promise to pay her overtime for surveillance footage sounds like a mockery. Relief that the maid she had become close to had not betrayed her was mixed with bewilderment. This whole trial, planned from the very beginning, was just part of his cunning game. The Emperor's confidence in his free, unreadable smile only underlines his superiority. The crowd's demands for evidence and cries for the truth make the maid tremble. The excruciating pain of being lied to in the magic circle leaves her writhing in agony, her deception exposed. The failure of the plan and the false testimony of the maid do not matter to Priscilla. The crowd's demands for proof that she is not a witch sound like a death sentence. The skillfully staged spectacle of the maid's suffering was meant to distract attention from the main thing. The plan to discredit Ariel with false testimony failed, but they had prepared for that too. A question addressed to Raynell about her elven blood and ability to use magic becomes the key to salvation. Normal magic creates a circle through a pattern, but for magicians who see power, this is not necessary. Taking Rachel's hand, Ariel creates a complex gravity circle by connecting the dots. Copying and expanding the circle demonstrates the witch's incredible power and control over magic. Bound by magic, the conspirators fall to their knees, unable to move. Ariel's ironic question about the cause of the riots sounds like a mockery of their helplessness. The crowd's bewilderment at the unprecedented magic and copying of the circles only emphasizes their ignorance. The subtle and powerful magic that affects people in different places causes the crowd to tremble. The contradiction in the accusations becomes obvious. If she is a witch, she cannot use magic. The Emperor, smiling, reports that he has already investigated everything and prepared everything to refute this trial. The young man's confidence that she can handle it on her own speaks of his faith in her abilities. Ariel's casual admission of her ability and suggestion to postpone the conversation for later only intrigues her. Emperor Violet's offer to justify herself sounds like her last chance for salvation. The saint's justification that she was merely conveying the words of the gods and acting on the basis of evidence sounds unconvincing. The confirmation of the truth of her words by the crowd makes the crowd believe in her innocence. The Emperor's order to take the maid and all those involved into custody leaves no doubt about his decision. The icy determination in the Emperor's voice speaks of his intention to see this conspiracy through to the end. Violet's prayer for success and her words about the truth spoken by the gods betray her desperation. The defeat and departure of Violet's mother marks the end of their insidious plan, but not the end of the intrigue. Violet's realization that her mother planned everything herself and the difference between lies and truth changes her view of the world. Rosemary's admiration for Violet's cunning play and her ability to save face speaks to her respect for a strong opponent. Malicious gossip behind the back undermines the credibility of candidates. Rachel reveals the secret of her origin and lack of magic. Ariel's sudden manifestation of magic causes shock and admiration among her friends. A friend's obsessive concern crosses all boundaries of personal space. The difficult past and family poverty still haunt the heroine. Rachel's genuine smile touches her friends deeply. The hero's appearance brings tension and a hint of jealousy into the conversation. A cunning friend takes Rachel away, leaving the couple alone for an important conversation. Ariel struggles to find the words to begin a difficult dialogue. Concern for the girl makes the young man talk about her dangerous strength. A simple touch of hands reveals a frightening magical connection. The young man demands an answer as to why the heroine revealed her secret. The girl's mysterious answer only increases the oppressive tension. Dark memories of the trial bring back the horrors of the mysterious sect. The hero shares knowledge about the ancient origins of the eerie cult. The sinister religion of Kelsion turns out to be a cult of fanatic rulers. The true essence of the cult turns out to be connected with aliens from another world. Someone's sacrifice in the past severed the connection between dangerous worlds. The boy's sudden embrace takes a shocked Ariel by surprise. The realization that an ancient evil has survived plunges the heroine into complete horror. An ancient evil left behind invisible traces, foreshadowing disaster. The girl resolutely steps back, because a sense of duty calls her forward. Ariel is determined to personally get to the bottom of this nightmare. The guy looks at the heroine with concern, reminding her of the approaching night. The girl understands that the young man is trying to keep her in the palace. The young man's sudden consent takes Ariel completely by surprise. The couple heads to the scene of the crime, together under cover of darkness. The heroine faces a difficult choice between the light and the dark path. A terrifying image of a bloody magical ritual comes to mind. The drawn circle turns out to be just a fake, devoid of its sinister power. Convinced of the deception, the girl feels relieved. But the secret remains. The young man suggests taking a break before returning to the palace. A surprise invitation to the night market adds a touch of romance to their evening. Behind his timid question lies a sincere hope for her company. The magical lights of the night market captivate Ariel with their beauty. The girl is amazed at how magic is woven into the everyday lives of the townspeople. The heroine's genuine delight brings a warm smile to the young man's face. Ariel sadly realizes how much the world has changed in 1,000 years. The peaceful use of magic now stands in stark contrast to its bloody past. The sight of happy families awakens warm childhood memories in the girl's soul. Warm memories of the hero's childhood are mixed with the bitterness of regret. The guy's cheeky remark about her character hits Ariel hard. The unspoken pity in his gaze makes the heroine look for a catch. The bitter realization that her dream of another life is impossible to achieve comes over Ariel. 1,000 years of imprisonment in the forest left an indelible mark on her soul. Ariel's gaze is drawn to an elegant piece of jewelry that is out of her reach. The girl's flirtatious request becomes an unexpected test of his feelings. His stern remark about the fake clashes with her simple joy. The sincere joy of a simple trinket transforms the heroine's face. The glow of the nightlights and stars enchants the girl, giving her peace. The eternal stars were the only witnesses to her 1,000-year solitude. The guy's jealous question ruins Ariel's thoughtful mood. Behind his playfulness lies a desperate desire to keep her close. Her genuine bewilderment is met with his deep distrust. A sense of duty and a mission to protect the world are her true reasons for staying. His voice is filled with pain from old grievances and her constant mistrust. The young man bitterly realizes that she is building an insurmountable wall between them. A bloody path to the throne was his only way to protect Ariel. The only goal that kept him going all these years was Ariel. A fateful encounter in the forest became the starting point of his obsession. A warm confession of long-awaited happiness envelops them in tenderness. A 10-year dream collapsed, giving birth to a dark temptation in the boy's soul. A painful choice was made in favor of her freedom, not her own desires. The simple desire to see her smile ruined all his great plans. A simple and desperate desire for her happiness becomes his main confession. The fear of losing the heroine gives rise to a desperate hopelessness in his words. The girl tries to reach his mind, reminding him of the high status of the emperor. A cruel attempt to reduce his deep feelings to a simple childish crush. A piercing confession reveals her as the only light in his dark world. The heroine always knew the truth, but desperately tried to deceive herself. His words about the wall between them take on a new, painful meaning. A decisive step forward. Ariel reveals her full name to him for the first time. Behind the simple name lies the power of the last princess and the great witch. Her decision to break down the wall gives them both a fragile chance for a future. Hearing the name brings the young man boundless joy and relief. Ariel subtly notes that the young man has matured and learned to respect her will. The heroine's penetrating gaze reveals his main weakness, self-restraint. Behind his indecision lies a simple desire to make Ariel happy. Her smile breaks the last tension, clearing the way for the evening to continue. A guy's generous promise to buy you anything is his way of showing he cares. Ariel's playful question hides her surprise at his unexpected tenderness. The heavy secret of an ancient witch falls on the shoulders of loyal advisors. The cunning advisor already sees her royal origins as a powerful political weapon. The emperor's openness becomes the key to new manipulations for the cunning advisor. Painful memories of an abandoned boy reveal the depth of his childhood trauma. The advisor's sly smile betrays the long road to taming the broken young prince. The amusing scene with the lollipop highlights the difficulty of raising a future emperor. Tender memories of the sweet boy are replaced by anxiety about his current state. The knight's official report conceals their shared curiosity and concern. The news of Ariel's royal status adds a note of political calculation to the conversation. Behind the emperor's cold calm lies a long-thought-out strategic plan. The emperor's decision to spread rumors becomes the first step in a great political game. The image of the great witch and princess should make Ariel the ideal empress in the eyes of the people. The skillful manipulation of public opinion is intended to strengthen the emperor's precarious position. The knight's sincere devotion becomes a reliable support in the implementation of this bold plan. Uncovering a conspiracy against Ariel leads to the discovery of a mysterious and powerful enemy. The Emperor's penetrating gaze instantly cuts off the false trail, bringing us closer to the truth. The unexpected appearance of a new name in the investigation foreshadows even more serious trouble. The sinister name of the Archduke of Glendale becomes the key to solving the entire conspiracy. The emergence of a new enemy gives the Emperor a long-awaited reason to challenge the shadow from the cold north. The self-confident conspirator reports that all traces of the previous intrigue have been carefully erased. The impenetrable confidence in impunity is based on the complete absence of direct evidence. The Marquise's icy praise only underscores her ruthlessness and the high stakes of this game. Panic grips the saint as rumors of a witch from the royal family ruin all her plans. The appearance of the mysterious magician brings a note of urgency and hidden threat to the conversation. The magician's strict prohibition to remove the mask emphasizes his mystery and power over the saint. The magician's poisonous words about her noble image become an instrument of cruel manipulation. The conspirator's cunning plan is to declare Ariel's story a lie at the right moment. The Marquise's cold calculation demands specificity, because absolutely everything is at stake. The magician's mysterious hint about the palace's treasures foreshadows the theft of a powerful artifact. The mage's daring order forces the Marquise to take a huge risk for the sake of a common goal. Rosemary's genuine delight at Ariel's origin proves the success of the Emperor's plan. Ariel is taken aback by her friend's violent reaction. She didn't expect such publicity. A bitter realization comes to Ariel. The Emperor himself is behind the spread of rumors. While her friend believes in the fairy tale, Ariel painfully tries to unravel the true meaning of this intrigue. The friend's rational arguments reveal the political benefits of Ariel's new status. Rosemary's unwavering confidence in victory fills everyone with optimism, but hides the dangers ahead. The energetic friend is already rehearsing Ariel's grand entrance, leaving the heroine in shock. The realization that the ball is inevitable forces Ariel to accept her role in this dangerous game. The Emperor's dazzling generosity is destined to make Ariel's appearance at the ball truly legendary. The young lady is inspired by the idea of surpassing the hated Violet. A whole room full of treasures causes the girl genuine delight. The memory of the young man's generous gift brings a warm smile to the girl's face. The guest's unexpected interest in jewelry takes the heroine by surprise. The dark-haired witch, with a touch of irony, questions the selflessness of the magicians. The ancient art of creating magical stones is almost completely forgotten. Ariel calls Rachel over to demonstrate some real magic. The witch begins to initiate her student into the secrets of managing magical energy. The magical artifact in the girl's hand flashes with a bright light. The miracle that occurred leaves the heroine in complete bewilderment and delight. A confident witch reveals the hidden power of ordinary jewelry. A grand plan to create new artifacts is brewing in Ariel's head. The inspired heroine is already imagining how she will impress the Emperor and empty the palace treasury. Ariel smiles as she realizes the destructive force hidden behind her new friend's enthusiasm. Suddenly, disturbing information about the past of the maid who set up the heroine comes to light. The name of the mighty Archduke means absolutely nothing to the powerful witch. The heroine realizes that her new acquaintance is completely unaware of the kingdom's political intrigues. To the north rises a great wall, protected from hordes of monsters by the legendary Glendale family. The mention of northern monsters awakens something familiar and sinister in the witch's memory. The ancient history of the North is steeped in the blood and courage of defenders who have held back the onslaught of darkness for centuries. The steadfast warriors of the North have always been a symbol of courage and self-sacrifice. Ariel begins to suspect that there is more to the maid's scheme than just revenge. An old story of political rivalry emerges, with a mysterious archduke at its center. Having lost the struggle for power, the proud aristocrat chose the path of an exile, taking refuge in the icy lands of the north. The appearance of a servant from the exile's family and his sudden summons to the palace make the situation even more confusing. The fate of the heirs to the throne turns out to be tragic and full of secrets, hinting at a brutal struggle for the throne. The girl realizes that Archduke Glendale was not just a rival, but the main contender for the throne after the death of her older brother. The legendary sword symbolizes the former glory of the Glendale family, whose power and influence were the envy of the entire empire. The current archduke, having inherited the support of the knights, was considered the hope of the empire and the future ruler. The knights' unexpected admiration for the emperor becomes a turning point, full of mystery and ambiguity. Deprived of support and unable to resist, the archduke fled north, forever renouncing the struggle for power. The return of the mysterious exile stirs the capital, turning him into the most talked-about figure in high society. Ariel is lost in thought, trying to understand the true reason why the closest contender for the throne gave up the fight so easily. The pieces of the puzzle come together to form a grim picture, where the emperor's cruelty and cunning may explain everything that happened. Two frightening versions are born in the witch's head. Either the archduke is thirsty for revenge, or he still hasn't given up hope of seizing the throne. Ariel doubts the archduke's appearance at the ball, believing that only a complete lack of conscience will allow him to come. The friends understand that the archduke's visit to the ball will be a calculated insult and a harbinger of a major scandal. The young lady's ardent determination to fight back against the archduke clashes with Ariel's cold warning about his incredible power. A mysterious meeting in a dark alley reveals the preparation of a secret operation that must remain undetected. Having confirmed the tranquility of the palace, the mysterious guest gives the signal to begin his daring mission under cover of night. The mysterious cloaked figure is in a hurry to complete his mission before the emperor intervenes. Ariel understands that nighttime forays with the emperor are not just dates, but a dangerous hunt for cultists. The investigation reaches a dead end, leaving no clues leading to another dimension. The traces point only to pathetic fakes, while the true evil continues to lurk in the darkness. The friend, with a sly smile, begins to ask the witch about her numerous dates. The memory of the night market, where Ariel and the young man found themselves near the scene of the incident, makes the witch feel slightly embarrassed. The friend's suspicions grow stronger when another secluded date on the observation deck comes to light. Suddenly, Ariel realizes that all her chance encounters with the emperor took place in ominous places. Even the cozy cafe, chosen for the meeting, turns out to be suspiciously close to another tragedy. A girl with a playful grin catches her companion choosing an overly romantic place. The charming young man pretends not to understand his companion's hints at all. With a sharp movement, Ariel pulls the guy towards her, demanding an answer to her suspicions. In defense of her friend, the witch engages in a playful altercation with the powerful emperor. The young man confirms that the picturesque location for the date was not chosen by chance. The guy's unexpected action takes Ariel by surprise, causing her to feel a fit of cute indignation. The perfect place for a date turns out to be ideal for dark cult rituals. All the crime scenes share a sinister pattern: crowded alleys and a brazen challenge to the law. Ariel begins to worry about the safety of the emperor, who is so carelessly walking around without protection. The powerful mage easily demonstrates his strength, hinting at his own invulnerability. The emperor's confidence reassures Ariel, and the witch is ready to continue the dangerous investigation. The young man's playful offer to enjoy the moment clearly irritates Ariel. The couple enters an ominous alley where the remains of a magic circle are visible on the ground. The witch is once again disappointed to discover another skillfully crafted fake. After another failure, the emperor inquires about Ariel's wishes, trying to dispel her despondency. The young man's thoughtful offer to visit a place of Ariel's choosing adds a touch of romance to their investigation. The final alleyway comes with a surprise, suddenly revealing a real and sinister magic circle in front of the couple. The familiar and frightening energy emanating from the circle makes the witch's heart clench with anxiety. The ominous glow of the runes suggests a terrifying guess about the opening of a gate to another dimension. The ritual turns out to be unfinished, but serves as irrefutable proof of the existence of ancient gods from another world. The realization that someone with ancient knowledge is behind the ritual heightens the tension. The emperor stops Ariel, his keen gaze noticing an important detail that requires immediate analysis. A horrifying calculation reveals that the cultists are just one victim short of completing their bloody ritual. The residual power of the sacrifice suddenly binds the witch, preventing her from leaving the magic circle. The girl finds herself trapped, her own magic paralyzed by an unknown force inside the circle. A cold analysis of the situation tells Ariel that the cultists interrupted the ritual out of fear of being discovered. The witch decides to take advantage of the moment to lure the enemy out of the shadows, while everyone's attention is weakened. The heroes remain in the center of the circle, preparing to face danger and unravel the mystery of the sinister ritual. The sudden appearance of two mysterious cloaked figures confirms that Ariel's trap has worked. The leader of the sectarians, ignoring the uninvited guests, announces the imminent start of the ceremony. The villain prepares to activate the artifact to sow chaos and distract attention from the completion of the dark ritual. The awareness of imminent danger forces the heroes to act more decisively, despite the risk of being caught. A sudden attack by a cultist breaks the silence of the night, bringing chaos and confusion to the investigation. A pungent smoke envelops the heroes, catching even the mighty emperor by surprise. The sudden attack creates panic, and in the confusion, the Imperial Guard loses sight of their master. Through her coughing, Ariel understands the cultists' cunning plan, using a smokescreen to retreat. An elusive clot of magical energy indicates to the witch that the cultists are moving the victim's power to another location. Ariel's keen gaze instantly calculates the direction and endpoint of the sinister flow of magic. The witch takes off, rushing to the place where the final ritual will be performed in order to prevent a catastrophe. Left alone, the young man feels a gust of wind and prepares to use his destructive magic. A powerful ruler creates a powerful magic circle to dispel the remnants of enemy witchcraft. A blast of pure energy released by the Emperor clears the alley of smoke completely. Having dispersed the smoke, the young man desperately shouts after Ariel, urging the girl to hurry. At the sight of the bloody ritual, only emptiness remains, and the magic circle of the sectarians disappears without a trace. Following the magical trail, Ariel completely trusts her companion's intelligence. Seeing her final goal, the witch smiles victoriously, ready to intercept the stolen power. The girl deftly catches a clot of alien magic, interrupting the cultists' sinister plan. Ariel's unique abilities and vast experience allow her to hold the pure energy of the human soul in her hands. With the captured power in her hands, the witch looks around for the place where the cultists are waiting for their offering. Lurking in the shadows, the girl watches the unsuspecting cultists awaiting the delivery of power. A ridiculous accident ruins the perfect plan, and the sound of a broken bottle reveals Ariel's presence to her enemies. Ariel's appearance confuses the cultists, and the victim's energy emanating from the girl leaves them shocked and perplexed. The sectarians' greed flares up with renewed vigor, and now the witch herself becomes their desired victim for the ritual. Ariel's confident smirk made it clear that she was fully prepared for such a daring turn of events. Ariel finally gets the chance to demonstrate her true power as she prepares for the inevitable battle. An overconfident cult leader gives the order to capture a lone witch, completely unaware of her true power. With a flick of the wrist, the witch creates an impenetrable magical shield, meeting enemy attacks with a mocking smile. A sudden magical barrier leaves the cultists in shock, their confidence in an easy victory instantly evaporating. The girl calmly watches the panic of her enemies, completely in control of the situation from behind her shining barrier. The energy consumption of the magic stones turns out to be higher than expected, introducing the first note of alarm into the witch's ideal plan. Realizing that she lacks the strength to defeat all enemies, Ariel urgently changes her battle tactics. Combat experience tells the witch the only correct solution: to decapitate the group, capturing the leader and buying precious time. Help arrives at the most tense moment. The Imperial Guard is already following the trail left by the witch. Confidence fills the Emperor. Now he just needs to hold out a little longer until the long-awaited help arrives. The cultists make a fatal mistake. Their overconfidence prompts them to attack the seemingly defenseless mage in close combat. The girl activates the last artifact, desperately trying to win precious seconds before the Emperor arrives. A sudden attack of fire arrow falls upon the enemies, sowing panic and completely ruining their plans. The witch's plan is working perfectly. Now all that remains is to take the final step and capture the stunned leader. The sudden appearance of a mysterious swordswoman with fire magic completely changes the balance of power on the battlefield. The witch watches in complete confusion as the stranger easily absorbs her magic with her blade. The mysterious savior turns out to be a powerful warrior whose aura of strength evokes both admiration and anxiety. The mysterious warrior is relieved to realize that she managed to intervene at the last moment. The frightened sectarian looks at the blonde with horror, realizing that he was on the verge of death. The stranger's incredible strength and impeccable posture leave a stunning impression on everyone. The stranger's intervention makes Ariel angry and suspicious, because saving the enemy ruins all plans. The stranger's warning of danger in the night clashes with Ariel's cold confidence that help will soon arrive. The warrior's heightened senses detect the rapid approach of several people. The Imperial Guard, led by the ruler himself, is already rushing to the battlefield. The arrival of the Emperor becomes a big problem for the mysterious savior, because the girl does not want to reveal her identity. With a sharp movement, the warrior grabs the leader of the cultists, preparing for a rapid retreat. The appearance of the Imperial Guard serves as a signal for the blonde that the time has come to disappear along with the prisoner. The incredible audacity of the stranger, who stole the main piece of evidence, leaves Ariel completely perplexed. The mysterious warrior and her captive disappear in the blink of an eye, as if they had never been there. Having lost their leader, the confused sectarians decide to immediately flee. The Emperor's sudden order to capture Ariel adds further uncertainty to the tense situation. The witch's perfect plan to capture the leader is thwarted at the very last moment by an unexpected intervention. A powerful explosion rocks the street, sowing panic among the remaining cultists and guards. The recognizable signature of explosive magic leaves no doubt. A mage of incredible power is involved in this case. The only person capable of such magic could be the Emperor himself. Seeing her savior, Ariel smiled with relief, her faith in the Emperor unwavering. In the arms of a young man, the girl finally feels completely safe. The boy hugs Ariel, filled with agonizing relief. The hero is still tormented by the fear of loss, and Ariel's eyes reflect his despair. Ariel feels the trembling in the young man's hands and hears the undisguised anxiety in his voice. The girl makes a firm promise to never disappear again, trying to calm her beloved's anxiety. The heroine tries to bring both of them back to reality by suggesting they go home. The young man's soul is filled with long-awaited peace from Ariel's words about a common home. Ariel ponders alone the strange consequences of the magical ritual. The mysterious warrior begins the hunt, confident that the girl holds the key to the solution. The sudden appearance of the young man takes the heroine by surprise, but he only makes gentle excuses. The young man intuitively sensed Ariel's anxiety and came to support his beloved. The heroine tries to hide her excitement behind feigned severity, but the guy sees right through her. The conversation takes a serious turn when the hero points out the girl's incredible ability. Ariel makes a fateful decision to no longer hide her true talents. The girl offers to teach the young man magic. She reveals the secret of her power, which lies in the ability to infuse jewels with magic. The guy realizes that his gift has become more than just a decoration for Ariel, but a source of strength. The hero begins to understand the complex conditions required to create magical artifacts. The young man plunges into thought, trying to unravel all the subtleties and laws of this new magic. The use of force exhausts the heroine, and the young man immediately offers his care. Ariel trusts the boy without hesitation, finding peace and protection in his presence. Ariel is lost in tender memories as she rests on the lap of a grown-up Sidi. The young man listens silently, and the heroine, not noticing anything around her, recalls the past. Finally, the girl feels that she can completely rely on the guy who has become her protection. Confusion and trepidation fill Sidi from Ariel's unexpected confession. In the silence of the garden, the heroine tries to find peace of mind over a cup of tea. The red-haired girl disturbs the peace with her question, hiding her true intentions behind a sweet smile. A casual tea party arouses Ariel's suspicions due to the odd choice of location. A funny wooden monster suddenly appears behind Rosemary, disturbing the idyll. Rosemary accepts the strange creature with delight, as if it were her pet. Ariel watches in amazement at the strange friendship between the girl and the monster. The heroine's irritation grows due to the intrusive attention of spies eavesdropping on every conversation. The little boy, looking guilty, explains that the magicians followed them because of the lesson. Ariel tries to calm the child down, calling the curious magicians simply annoying. Rosemary abruptly changes the subject, demanding a report on the information received. The girl reports that the search for the mysterious warrior has reached a dead end, and the guild is hiding something. The conversation about cultists awakens in Rosemary an old childhood fear based on a terrible legend. The legend tells of the mysterious disappearances of people, passed down from generation to generation. The climax of the horror story is the resurrection of the dead, which violates all the laws of the world. The horrifying truth is revealed about a cult willing to sacrifice hundreds of innocents for the sake of one man. The fanatic's true goal turns out to be even more terrifying. People are using other people's lives to prolong the existence of their dying world. The sectarians, hiding behind divine providence, in reality turn out to be robbers of other people's lives. Ariel realizes that the resurrection of the dead is connected to the seal between the worlds, to which the girl has a direct relationship. In the depths of the heroine's consciousness, an image of an ominous place that exists beyond the realm of reality emerges. The girl realizes that her lack of knowledge about the modern world makes her vulnerable and decides to fix it. Seedy angrily drives away the annoying mages, protecting Ariel's personal space. The young man explains with a smug smile that the magician's devotion merely reflects his own desires. The heroine reproaches the young man for being jealous of the wooden monster, who turned out to be surprisingly smart. Ariel teases Seti, but the boy stubbornly insists that his jealousy is not unfounded. Seti, with a possessive look, reminds the girl that he is her only student. Ariel, with a warm smile, tries to calm the young man, explaining her actions as simple gratitude. The heroine's irritation breaks out when the girl reminds Seti of his own shortcomings. An unexpected visit from the Emperor with a gift interrupts a tense conversation. Seti presents Ariel with a box of magical stones created especially for her. Rosemary is delighted with yet another luxurious gift. Admiring the Emperor's generosity, the girl suggests that Ariel demonstrate the Emperor's love to everyone by wearing all the jewelry to the ball. The heroine sees the gift not so much as decoration, but as a powerful magical resource. Ariel is surprised to realize how much effort and time Seti spent on creating the perfect magic stones. The girl's memory flashes back to the sinister resurrection ritual she witnessed in the past. The heroine recalls how, during the ritual, she felt pity for the soul that they were trying to return. Kelsion's tragic past is revealed, as he turned to the same dark magic 1,000 years ago out of desperate grief. The conversation turns to the upcoming ball, which will bring together the entire top of the imperial aristocracy. Ariel's sudden desire to go to the ball hides a cold calculation behind it. The girl is going to track down her enemy. Meanwhile, a dangerous plot is being prepared in the luxurious mansion of the Marquise of Kelton. A mysterious hooded stranger announces that today is the perfect opportunity for their plan. A mysterious man gives an order to steal something important directly from the imperial palace. The silver-haired woman expresses doubt, questioning the reliability of their identification method. The conspirators' confidence is based on a magical artifact tested in the magic tower. The conspirators intend to use the rumors to publicly expose a high-ranking lady from the royal family. The insidious plan is expected to end in a grand scandal, with the impostor's mask being torn off in front of all of high society. The hooded man gloats, anticipating how he will prove the rumors about the royal family false. Rumors of Ariel's magical abilities are already stirring the nobility, and the wizards from the tower are eager to obtain her for study. The appearance of the Emperor and Madame Ariel Louise at the ball immediately attracts everyone's attention. Whispers spread through the crowd of aristocrats, Ariel's beauty contradicting the ridiculous rumors. The Emperor introduces Ariel by her full name, emphasizing her special status, which is unclear to most of the courtiers. Seti lightly reminds him of the engagement, but Ariel is surprised to realize that the young man is not joking. The public display of affection works, and guests see Ariel as a worthy match for the Emperor. Ariel feels the eyes on her and realizes that her plan to attract attention has worked successfully. The girl is sure that Kelsion's followers are already here, hiding in the crowd under the masks of respectable aristocrats. The heroine holds in her hands the bait, the magical power intercepted during the sacrificial ritual. Ariel is ready to set a trap to force the enemy to reveal himself and rip off his mask in front of everyone. The aristocrats note Ariel's impeccable manners with envy, suspecting that her confidence is just a well-acted performance. Violet is alarmed to realize that Ariel's ancestral appearance threatens her own plans. The girl dismisses the rumors with disdain, considering talk of a witch to be empty chatter. Alexis's appearance disrupts Violet's privacy, and his insightful question takes her by surprise. Alexis encourages Violet to ignore empty gossip and follow her faith. Regardless of what the crowd thinks, Violet's confidence is fueled by a fanatical belief in divine revelation that places her above human judgment. The girl sees in Ariel an undeniable threat, confirmed by a divine sign that cannot be doubted. Violet urges Alexis to take action, reminding him that today is their only chance to fulfill their destiny. In the past, Alexis, being a priest, managed to win the trust of Violet's mother, becoming her spiritual mentor. Violet's cold calculation pays off, and secret information about the enemy arrives exactly as planned. Hidden in the shadows are secret aristocrats whose identities remain a mystery, but whose devotion to the gods is beyond doubt. Alexis backs up his words with the authority of the oracle, presenting his own plan as the will of the gods. Alexis's sinister grin betrays his impatience. The young man is ready to rip off his masks and ruin the party. Violet intends to corner the Emperor by creating a situation in which he will have no choice. Rosemary's enthusiastic compliments create the appearance of a carefree evening, but tension hangs in the air. The courtier's caustic gossip reaches Ariel, casting a shadow not only on her, but also on Rosemary's reputation. Rosemary declares her loyalty with unexpected firmness, demanding only Ariel's complete trust. Ariel interrupts the girl's emotional outburst, returning the conversation to business and demanding a report on the assignment. Rosemary's face becomes serious. The girl confirms her worst fears, reporting the arrival of Mistress Violet. Violet's cold and downright hostile gaze leaves no doubt about her true intentions. Violet begins the verbal duel with icy politeness that masks obvious disdain. Little Rosemary bravely rushes to Ariel's defense, demanding that Violet show due respect to the future Empress. Violet, with a venomous smile, questions Ariel's status, causing Rosemary to seethe with pent-up anger. Ariel instantly deciphers Violet's true motives, realizing that behind the apparent hostility lies a calculated provocation. Violet accuses him of being suspicious, but Ariel sees it as a desperate attempt to divert attention from his own dark deeds. Sadie's arrival changes the balance of power. His commanding gesture and icy gaze leave no doubt who is in charge here. Undeterred by the Emperor, Violet challenges him directly, using the authority of the temple as a shield and demanding an immediate investigation. Violet asks for permission to test with defiant confidence, as if she already knew the Emperor's answer. Sadie takes his rival at her word, revealing that the true artifact to be tested is under his control in the palace. The mention of the Mirror of Truth causes Ariel and Rosemary to exchange worried glances, trying to figure out Violet's devious plan. The Emperor confirms the existence of the artifact, but his doubts betray an internal struggle between whether to succumb to provocation or protect Ariel. Violet celebrates her victory by trapping the Emperor, and any refusal will be seen by the crowd as an admission of guilt. A crowd of aristocrats, thirsty for spectacle, begins to put pressure on the Emperor, turning a personal conflict into a public trial. Sadie accepts the challenge with cold calm, warning Violet that her game could backfire on her. A mysterious artifact is brought into the room, and a tense silence hangs in the air, foreshadowing the inevitable denouement. Ariel notices a magic circle on the cloth, and senses that something far more ancient than just a mirror is hidden beneath the veil. The veil falls, and the mirror flashes with a blinding light, awakening the ancient essence contained within. A powerful being emerges from the shining portal, his divine appearance filling all present with awe. The ancient mirror spirit scans the crowd with a piercing gaze and addresses someone with familiarity, as if their meeting was predetermined. The artifact's true purpose is revealed. The Mirror of Truth holds the key to the legacy of the ancient royal family of Arendelle. An ancient legend is revealed about a mirror, created to search for the heirs of the royal blood of Arundel. After the fall of the kingdom, the artifact was disturbed for trifles, with attempts to find even the most distant and dubious descendants. Exhausted by useless summons, the mirror spirit was sealed, and its current awakening seems like an annoying nuisance. The ancient spirit notes with regret that 1,000 years of oblivion has erased all familiar faces, and the Arundel line is considered broken. Violet addresses the mirror with feigned solemnity, demanding to see the heir of the family that disappeared 1,000 years ago. The mirror spirit acknowledges the futility of his past searches, but his gaze suddenly falls on Ariel, causing general bewilderment. The sudden attention of the powerful spirit takes Ariel by surprise, leaving the girl completely confused. The artifact responds to Ariel's name like a beacon, awakening distant memories from the heroine's past life. Flashbacks show Lady Serenial furiously chasing after young Ariel and Daniel, tired of their constant running away. Past and present intertwine when Ariel remembers her childhood vow to smash a pesky mirror that continues to haunt her 1,000 years later. The girl decides to feign complete ignorance, hoping that everyone will think the ancient artifact has simply gone crazy. The spirit of the mirror is filled with delight, because now he is not just searching, but seeing with his own eyes the one whose presence he has felt through the centuries. The barrage of questions from the chatty spirit puts Ariel in an awkward position, and her irritation quickly grows. Shocked aristocrats try to comprehend the unbelievable. The heir to a long-dead kingdom stands right before them. Ariel is overcome with internal panic as she desperately searches for a way to relieve the unbearable atmosphere created by the annoying artifact. Having lost her composure, the heroine desperately calls out to Seti, begging him to intervene and save the situation. Seti, with a disarming smile, pronounces the girl's full name, putting an end to any doubts. The Emperor and the Mirror Spirit act as accomplices, gleefully adding fuel to the fire, much to Ariel's displeasure. The revelation gives rise to a new, even more insane guess in the crowd. The Emperor used his power to resurrect the princess. Rumors of the Emperor's power to resurrect the dead reach Ariel, and the idea shocks her to the core. Wild rumors of dark magic spread throughout the hall, and the aristocrats see in them a sinister reflection of the Emperor's character. A sly smile appears on Ariel's face as she realizes that the chaos and rumors are playing into her hands. Seti confidently claims his involvement in what happened, but Ariel begins to suspect that all this chaos was part of his cunning plan. The Emperor deals a crushing blow to the temple's reputation, and his words about donations leave Violet shocked. The temple's public humiliation becomes clear to all, and Violet is alarmed to realize that the gods are no longer on her side. The aristocrats conclude that the Emperor masterfully played the game, foreseeing the failure of the temple and depriving it of financial support. The defeat makes Violet question her own plan, and she suspiciously asks if the mirror was under someone else's control. Her mentor categorically denies the possibility of deception, assuring that their own magicians have thoroughly checked the artifact. Rage and helplessness overwhelm Violet, who is fanatically convinced of Ariel's machinations, despite all her assurances. The mentor points out the ironic outcome of the failure. It was Violet's public challenge that forced everyone to officially acknowledge Ariel's royal status. Under cover of night, Alexis meets the defeated conspirators, and his disappointment hangs in the air heavier than the night fog. Violet desperately demands an explanation from Alexis, unable to understand his icy calm in the face of crushing failure. Alexis denies precognition, but his cryptic words about patience and the divine path only strengthen Violet's doubts. The young man skillfully manipulates the girl's faith, promising inevitable success next time as a reward for true devotion. Meanwhile, a mysterious conspirator marks a key event. The departure of the Great Witch has left the sealed passage between worlds unprotected. The realization of the world's new vulnerability forces the young man to prepare for decisive action. But first, he plans to take one important step. An anticipatory smile appears on the mysterious stranger's face, because his imminent appearance on stage will change the rules of the game. Daniel's gaze, filled with dark determination, pierces the night sky, and his silent appeal to Ariel promises a long-awaited but dangerous meeting. The aristocracy quickly accepts the new reality. Whether it is true or not, the word of the Emperor and the artifact is now law. Ariel quickly reassesses the situation, realizing that her unexpected exposure is the perfect chance to gain power and begin an open hunt for the cultists. Ariel decides to use her new status to provoke the fanatics hiding in the shadows into decisive action. Among hundreds of curious glances, the heroine unmistakably singles out one, filled with icy calm and ominous determination. The girl instantly understands that it is not she who is attracting the enemy, but the magical power of the victim intercepted during the ritual. The heroine uses the stolen energy as bait, silently urging her secret pursuer to finally show his face. Ariel's internal radar goes off as she senses an enemy taking the bait and closing in. A sudden noise breaks the thin thread of communication, and the girl angrily loses track of the fanatic, who almost fell into a trap. The entire hall's attention is riveted to the entrance, where a new figure appears, whose presence upsets the fragile balance of the evening. The mysterious warrior, who has been sought for so long, finally appears at the ball herself, and her gaze is full of unbending will. The name Aragorn Glendale rings through the hall, and Ariel is surprised to recognize the guest as the same mysterious pursuer. The heroine instantly puts the puzzle together. It was this girl who stood behind the maid who falsely accused her. Aragorn sees Ariel not just as a princess, but as an annoying nuisance who has disrupted both the capture of the cultist and her own investigation. The mysterious warrior always appears at a crucial moment, and her motives remain unclear, whether she is waiting for an opportune moment or is in league with the cultists. Aragorn has an unyielding strength, like an old tree that cannot be broken by any wind. Ariel wonders if such unwavering people are simply fanatics of another faith, willing to do anything for their beliefs. The night girl greets the emperor with impeccable dignity, explaining her visit by the need to investigate some palace incident. Aragorn gets straight to the point, demanding an answer for the insult her maid inflicted on the emperor's future bride. The warrior confidently declares her innocence, backing up her words with prepared evidence and witnesses. Having solved one problem, the girl immediately moves on to another, asking the emperor for permission to do some mysterious thing. Aragorn's unexpected request takes Ariel by surprise, causing the heroine to feel bewildered and suspicious. Aragorn commits an act unthinkable for his status, kneeling before Ariel and plunging her into complete confusion. The emperor stops Ariel, gently ordering her to stay put, and the girl looks at him in surprise. Aragorn offers a formal apology for the inconvenience caused, and her words convey a cold calculation rather than remorse. The night girl vows to become Ariel's personal guard, and this unexpected announcement changes the entire balance of power at court. Ariel is skeptical of the offer, suspecting that there is a completely different, secret purpose behind the desire to protect her. Rosemary takes satisfaction in Violet's public failure and Ariel's triumph, whose royal status is now undisputed. Rosemary's friends discuss the strange behavior of Aragorn, whose sudden intervention seems suspicious and inappropriate. The news about the high-born guard instantly spreads throughout the hall, causing shock and a lot of speculation among the aristocrats. Ariel realizes with frustration that Aragorn's intrusive presence is ruining her plan to identify the cultists in the crowd. Aragorn's outward resemblance to the emperor gives the heroine an uneasy premonition, strengthening her suspicions. The warrior girl offers to call herself Kalia, and this request finally convinces Ariel that this is more than just a knight. The true identity of the stranger is revealed. Princess Kalia, Sidi's most powerful and dangerous opponent in the fight for the throne. Kalia justifies her past actions by the need for an investigation related to the cult leader. The girl expresses regret that their secret investigations were not combined from the very beginning, and apologizes for the lack of trust. Ariel goes on the offensive, directly asking her political rival what her true motives are and what she expects from this ostentatious security detail. Kalia reaches for her sword with a mysterious smile, a gesture that makes Ariel tense in anticipation of an attack. Instead of attacking, the warrior girl offers her sword as a sign of loyalty, but her true purpose remains hidden behind this dramatic gesture. A sudden scream pierces the silence of the night, and one of the cultists falls to the ground, dead, bleeding. The blue-haired girl sees the fanatic's death not as a tragedy, but as a unique opportunity, and her wild gaze does not bode well. Overcome by obsession, the cultist reaches out to Ariel, demanding the return of the power she believes can save her. The heroine realizes the mortal danger posed by the fanatic, and understands that the only way out is to suppress her magic with her own. Kalia triumphantly places her foot on the fallen enemy, announcing his name, Count Halis. The princess notes with satisfaction that she has finally caught the traitor, whose actions have long aroused her suspicions. Ariel looks at Kalia in confusion, trying to figure out if the cultist's attack was part of the princess's plan. Kalia admits that she used information about the impending attack to catch the fanatic red-handed. The princess invites Ariel to change the scene for a long conversation, but her familiarity with the emperor betrays their close relationship. Ariel asks in surprise about the closeness between Kalia and Seti, trying to understand the nature of their strange connection. Kalia and Ariel simultaneously, and with equal irritation, deny any intimacy, creating comic tension. Meanwhile, the chatty spirit of the mirror complains about the boredom and oblivion in which he has lived for centuries. The spirit only had to close his eyes for a moment, when the one he had been looking for so long appeared before him. Ariel can hardly contain her irritation at the spirit's intrusive attention, who complains about being confined in the basement for so long. Kalaya speaks ironically of the spirit, calling it a poorly designed statue with a beautiful facade and an empty inside. The princess expresses sincere surprise at the spirit's talkativeness, which she had, of course, heard about, but did not expect to be of such a scale. The mirror spirit takes the surprise as a compliment, proud of the opportunity to behold the great Ashildr, about whom legends circulate. The realization that Kalaya knows her true name shocks Ariel, and she tries to understand how the princess learned her secret. A whirlwind of questions races through Ariel's mind. Knowing Kalaya makes her either a dangerous enemy or an unexpected ally. Sidi's unexpected appearance interrupts the tense scene, and his question to Nuna sounds like a reproach for her unauthorized appearance at the ball. Nuna sarcastically replies to the Emperor that it was he who detained the rat that Ariel so boastfully intended to catch. Ariel is taken aback by the relaxed atmosphere between Sidi and Kalia, which completely contradicts the rumors about their feud. The heroine comes to the conclusion that the feud between Sidi and Kalia is just a show that hides their true, almost brotherly relationship. Kalia presents herself with dignity as Cedric's strategic ally and a loyal servant of the Empire in pursuit of the truth. Ariel asks again with disbelief about the pursuit of truth, trying to understand the motives of the secret organization. Kalia tells the story of an ancient group of truth-seekers who emerged after the fall of the world 1,000 years ago. Ariel doesn't understand why such a noble group is forced to hide, because their activities don't look like a magical conspiracy. Sidi explains with icy calm that they have enemies, and that enemy is Ariel herself. The Emperor clarifies that although Ariel is an unwitting enemy, it was her existence that became the cause of their long-standing secret struggle. The organization's main goal is to hunt down and destroy followers of the ancient and dangerous religion of Kelsion. Ariel demands to be told everything without concealment, and her determined gaze leaves her interlocutors no choice. The terrifying truth is revealed. Cultists have learned to artificially create the power of sacrifice, turning people into puppets for their dark rituals. It turns out that the Kelsion cult has not disappeared, but has merely gone into hiding, continuing to make sacrifices to another, dying dimension. The cultists recruit new followers among grieving aristocrats, promising to resurrect their loved ones and thereby expand their influence. Behind the mask of respectability lurk monsters who secretly support the cult and occupy high positions in society. Those pursuing the truth lead a double life, identifying and eliminating cultists, but the war began when their secret was revealed. Ariel realizes that if it weren't for her intervention, the sacrifices would have continued, and she's not sure she knows the whole truth about the hole between worlds. In the dark forest, mysterious dreamers appear, called aggressors, devouring the living from this land. Daniel receives a report of the capture of Count Halus, who appears to have lost his mind after the ritual's failure. It becomes clear that the Count was merely a pawn used to gain influence at court, and is now useless. Daniel gives the order to deal with everyone who might be connected to the Count, and his gaze foretells no mercy. In the silence of the night, the conspirators disperse, and the mysterious name, Dreamer, remains hanging in the air, hinting at a new threat. The conversation returns to the present, and Kalaya explains that the cultists became known 300 years ago after the capture of their leaders. In a dark dungeon, a prisoner, chained, comes to his senses, his clouded mind desperately clinging to the thought that this is all just a bad dream. A desperate hope of salvation flashes in the eyes of the captive, who believes that awakening will return him home. This hope is extinguished in the blink of an eye when a mysterious flame mercilessly incinerates the prisoner's body, leaving no trace. The investigation reveals the sinister truth about aliens from another dimension who infiltrate this world, becoming parasites in other people's bodies. These invaders are called dreamers, and the distorted flow of time gives them a terrifying advantage, allowing them to operate undetected and with impunity. Ariel instantly realizes that the distorted time is the key to the solution, and this knowledge confirms her worst suspicions. Kalia concludes that her organization and Ariel have a common enemy, the ruthless dreamers who prey on the lives of this world. The heroine begins to doubt the necessity of such strict secrecy, seeing in it not only protection, but also a possible hidden motive. Ariel challenges Sidi directly, questioning his true intentions and not believing that a power struggle is the only reason he joined the secret group. The Emperor reveals his main motive. The throne was merely a tool to gain the power needed to find Ariel. This confession leaves Ariel confused, and she tries to understand what connection there could be between the secret organization and the sealed forest of monsters. Kalia takes the floor, preparing to reveal the centuries-old secret that links their organization to the cursed forest. For centuries, the sealed forest remained an impenetrable mystery, not allowing researchers to approach it and keeping its dark secret. A breakthrough in the investigation came when young Seti's mysterious connection to this cursed place was discovered. Ariel guesses that it was the secret surveillance of the young prince during his forays into the forest that led the organization to the solution. The organization saw in the lonely and powerless prince the perfect bait to lure the true masters of the forest into the light. Their goals turned out to be different, but the path was the same. Sidi went into the forest to find Ariel, and the truth pursuers to uncover its secrets. Their combined efforts led them to the very heart of the burning forest, where they discovered an ominous seal, the source of absolute evil. Ariel is horrified by the danger and mentally gives herself a strict order. Under no circumstances should she touch this ancient seal. Kalia accepts the warning with understanding, promising to pass it on to the rest of the organization. The princess expresses hope for future cooperation, believing that only Ariel's complete trust will help them get closer to the truth and defeat their common enemy. Kalia reports that the capture of the fanatic revealed an important detail. The Dreamers are led by at least one mysterious being. The Dreamers' leader operates from the shadows, and his true identity remains a major mystery, keeping everyone on edge. Ariel worries that today's triumph might have attracted the attention of this powerful and invisible enemy. The girl realizes that her appearance and confirmation of Ashilda's identity could provoke the Dreamers to more active and dangerous actions. Determination lights up in Ariel's eyes as she declares war on the Dreamers and the cultists, intending to drive them out of her world. Kalia readily offers her protection, but her confidence in her power hints that she is more than just a bodyguard, but a key player. The princess bends her knee, claiming that her presence at Ariel's side will be a greater threat to her enemies than any army. The warrior girl asks Ariel to trust her completely, and her piercing gaze leaves no room for refusal. Ariel reluctantly agrees, but the thought flashes through her mind that refusal could provoke Kalia into open hostility. The heroine remembers that Sidi also put a knife to her throat at their first meeting, and she becomes curious about this strange family habit these two have. Sidi avoids answering the question about the complicated family relationships directly, leaving Ariel even more perplexed. Ariel questions Sidi's sincerity, not understanding how he can trust her protection to a sister to whom he supposedly cares. The Emperor finally admits that he and Kalia are connected not by kinship, but by a strong partnership and mutual trust. Sidi reveals that it was Kalia who helped him ascend to the throne, and their alliance is based on shared goals and years of struggle. Ariel realizes with a slight smile that Seti has not been sitting idly by for the past 10 years, but has been playing his own complex game. The Emperor admits that all his efforts were aimed only at finding her again and being near her. Sidi doesn't hide her satisfaction, because now, after the public presentation, no one will dare to show disrespect to Ariel. The Emperor's true joy is that Ariel's royal status is finally revealed, elevating her in the eyes of the world. Ariel accepts his joy with a warm smile and offers to join forces in the upcoming hunt for enemies. Sidi looks at the heroine with concern, reminding her of the ancient war and the dangers that lie within the sealed forest. Sidi says with awe that Ariel saved not only his world, but him as well. The Emperor gently pulls the girl to him, confessing that she saved the lonely and lost boy he was. Memories take Seti back to the past, where young Ariel first showed him what warmth and human closeness are. The death of his mother left a void in the boy's soul, but the appearance of Ariel restored his hope for a future that seemed forever lost. The grown-up young man says with trepidation that everything he is now is only a reflection of what she gave him. Sidi, with a sly smile, reminds him of the engagement ring, playfully stating that Ariel tamed it herself and is now responsible for it. The heroine is embarrassed by such self-confidence and tries to understand where the guy got such confidence in their future. The young man's answer disarms with its simplicity. Her beauty and inner light attract and enchant him completely. Sidai admits that his patience is not limitless, but he is willing to wait until Ariel sorts out her feelings. The Emperor's memory flashes to the image of a beaming boy who looked with delight at his savior and became a grown man for her sake. Under the intoxicating light of the moon, in an atmosphere of magic and stardust, Sidi decides to take the next step. The guy gently pulls Ariel towards him, and their lips merge in the first, long-awaited and trembling kiss. This moment seems like an eternity to both of them, but the realization of what happened makes Ariel shudder in surprise. Embarrassment and denial overwhelm the girl, and she desperately tries to convince herself that nothing happened, calling Sidi a snotty little thing. Ariel realizes that the little boy has grown into a seductive man who is well aware of her weakness for him. The heroine's heart is pounding wildly, and she, blushing, tries to hide her excitement behind a feigned indifference. The girl tries to escape from her feelings, deciding to put all thoughts off until the morning and just go to sleep. Seti, left alone, reflects with a slight smile on the power of their first kiss, which made not only her heart beat faster. Insomnia plagues Ariel, who jumps out of bed, unable to shake off obsessive thoughts. The image of a smiling Sidi haunts the heroine, preventing her from sleeping and making her heart flutter with a new, unfamiliar feeling. Ariel touches her lips, still feeling the fleeting touch of the kiss. The girl realizes that her cute puppy has turned into a cunning tiger, hiding under the mask of a fox. The excitement from the kiss prevents the heroine from sleeping, forcing her to seek refuge from her own thoughts. Rosemary's sudden appearance in the middle of the night frightens Ariel, who tries to understand the reason for her visit. Rosemary admits that she stayed up all night, anxiously awaiting Ariel's return. Ariel's attempt to reassure the girl of Kalia's reliability comes up against a wall of categorical mistrust. Rosemary furiously proves that Kalia is a dangerous enemy, recalling the feud between the heirs to the throne. The girl's words make Ariel think about the dark past of the imperial family. Rosemary begins the story of the palace tragedy that became the starting point for all the subsequent feud. The ideal imperial family, consisting of a powerful ruler, a loving empress, and a crown prince, seemed indestructible. The sudden death of his wife and son shattered the perfect world, turning the powerful emperor into a madman, broken by grief. In a desperate attempt to secure an heir to the throne, the distraught emperor brought mistresses into the palace, chosen solely for their status. 3 powerful factions presented their candidates: the heiress of the Glendale family and the saint of the Kelton family. The third contender was the only daughter of Count Florence, the leader of the entire aristocracy. Thus, 3 children were born, who became hostages to the ambitions of their mothers: Princess Kalia, Saint Prince Felix, and Prince Brian. The mention of Brian's name awakens anger in Ariel, and the girl is ready to personally take revenge for all the bullying of Sidi. Rosemary, with a satisfied smile, reports that Sidi has already taken care of his revenge by turning his tormentor into a pathetic palace servant. Each of the 3 heirs, representing his own faction, entered into a desperate and bloody struggle for the throne. Seti, born of a common servant, was an outcast without power or support, a living reminder of the emperor's mistake. Despite the complete lack of support, it was Seti who emerged victorious from this cruel game, seizing all power into his own hands. Rosemary explains that the most suspicious thing about the struggle for the throne was the Glendale Knight's defection to Seti's side. The girl is sure that Kalia's presence next to Ariel is not protection, but a cunning plan that poses a great danger. Ariel realizes that the knight's loyalty now depends on the fragile alliance between Sidi and Kalia, based on a common goal. A change in common goal could destroy this alliance, and then the knights loyal to their mistress would become not a support for Seti, but a mortal threat. Inspired by the new intrigues, Ariel enthusiastically decides to immediately go to Sidi for clarification. The heroine bursts into the emperor's chambers with the intention of asking important questions, unaware of what awaits her. Instead of the emperor ready to talk, Ariel finds Sidi coming out of the bath, and this scene leaves her in shock. The embarrassed heroine tries to hide her excitement behind awkward comments about how much her former student has matured. Sidi challenges him with a teasing smile, but Ariel, unable to bear the tension, flees the room in panic. The emperor notices the blush on the girl's cheeks with a smile, but she, muttering something unintelligible, quickly retreats. Left alone, Sidi breathes a sigh of relief, admitting to himself that he himself was on the verge of embarrassment from this unexpected meeting. Ariel, having run away, tries to calm her imagination, but the image of the grown-up Seti is firmly entrenched in her head. Sidi smiles as she imagines how Ariel will now think of him not as a boy, but as a man. Meanwhile, in another room, Kalaya and her comrades had already arrived for the meeting. Kalaya's assistant notes with surprise that he did not expect such fanatical worship of the ancient witch from the princess. Kalia asks ironically if he has developed a personal interest in Sidi since she assigned him to the emperor. The man, with a sly smile, compares the process of taming Sidi to taming a wild cat, which requires a lot of patience. Kalia asks doubtfully if they are really talking about the emperor and not a cute kitten. The assistant describes with delight how the sullen Sidi blossoms into a smile when Ariel appears. Kalia decides not to interfere with the budding feelings for now, confident that Cedric is in no danger as long as Ariel is by his side. The emperor is surprised to learn of Nuna's fanatical devotion to the ancient witch, whom his assistant speaks of with undisguised delight. The emperor's assistant jokingly suggests erasing this awkward and enthusiastic story from Seti's memory. The conversation takes on a formal tone, and Seti demands to be informed of the results of the investigation. The assistant reports that the cultists approached Count Halis through his dead daughter, using the promise of resurrection as bait. The investigation is complicated by the fact that the Count is in an insane state, and interrogating his confidants will take a lot of time. Kalia unceremoniously intervenes in the conversation, taking the documents and declaring that interrogating the Count is her specialty. Sidi gives in surprisingly easily, a gesture that makes Kalia suspicious of his true motives. The princess notices Sidi's unusually good mood, which is completely at odds with his usual behavior. The emperor's assistants are delighted with his radiant appearance, ready to give their souls for just one look from him. Kalia ironically teases the chief chamberlain, hinting at his striking resemblance to the emperor. Sidi interrupts the morning bustle with irritation, displeased that his chambers are being broken into without knocking. Ariel tries to convince herself that she has nothing to be ashamed of, because she saw him when he was still very little. The girl's memory flashes back to how she bathed little Seti herself, and this only increases her embarrassment. The heroine desperately tries to calm herself down, assuring herself that nothing terrible has happened, but her heart continues to beat wildly. Rosemary's appearance interrupts Ariel's self-reflection, and the girl anxiously asks if everything is okay. Rosemary looks in surprise at Ariel, who herself invited her to the library for a book. The girl's gaze falls on Ariel's hand, and she notices with shock an unfamiliar ring on her finger. Ariel sheepishly admits that it is an engagement ring, which she completely forgot about in the chaos of events. The memory of the night when she accepted this ring awakens exciting feelings in the heroine. Rosemary's innocent question about spending the night together causes Ariel to panic and deny everything, admitting only to the kiss, which causes a storm of emotions in her friend. Rosemary passionately argues that the instinct of self-preservation should have kept Ariel from such a dangerous union. The girl compares beauty to poison, citing poisonous mushrooms and frogs as examples. Rosemary continues her lecture, arguing that everything dangerous in nature always looks attractive. Comparing the emperor to the most powerful poison, the girl warns Ariel against blindly trusting his beauty. Ariel agrees with a smile, but adds that poison is also necessary for survival in this dangerous and beautiful world. The appearance of Seti and Kalia interrupts their conversation, and the emperor explains his visit by the presence of free time. Seti, dressed in his dress uniform, looks especially dazzling, and Ariel can't help but stare at him. The heroine hides shyly behind a stack of books, trying to hide her obscene thoughts from the emperor. Sadie sits down next to her, and Ariel begins to panic from the exciting proximity of his hips. The emperor notices the girl's confusion and gently asks what she is thinking so intensely about. Ariel realizes that the grown-up Sadie is no longer the little boy she knew, but a radiant and confident man. The heroine feels a pang of pity, realizing that she will have to let go of the image of little Sadie, which she has kept in her heart for so long. Kalia notes with irony that Ariel is too soft with Cedric and is ready to accept everything he tells her. The princess recalls that in difficult times, Cedric was always a reliable card for her to play. Kalia's memory flashes back to her mother's teaching about the ancient blood of the North that flows in their veins. From childhood, Kalia was taught that it was her duty to inherit the title and be buried on her native northern soil. The oath given to her mother became the meaning of the young princess's life, guiding all her thoughts and actions. As she prepared to return to the north, Kalia knew that anyone could take the throne, but not her. In the midst of the power struggle, when Kalia was already preparing to become empress under one of the brothers, she accidentally learned about Cedric's secret power. The revelation that Cedric possessed ancient magic completely changed her plans and made her see him not as a pawn, but as a key player. Kalia states with cold confidence that her knights obey her alone, and it is this devotion that made Seti emperor. Ariel expresses concern for Seti, fearing that such dependence on the knights of Kalia could lead to disaster for him. The heroine speaks with disdain of the knights, considering them much less reliable than the crazy but devoted magicians. Seti tenderly hands Ariel the magic stone, reminding her that even without direct magical power, he is invincible. Ariel, taken aback by this gesture, tries to hide her embarrassment behind feigned severity. The heroine examines the stone with interest, admitting to herself that she really does like magical artifacts. Seti's growing mastery of magical stones amazes Ariel, revealing his true potential. The girl remembers how little Seti asked her for protection and is surprised to realize how much he has grown. Seti asks Ariel to continue to protect him with a soft smile, and this look makes the heroine's heart flutter. Ariel tries to fight the overwhelming emotions, not understanding why an ordinary conversation affects her so much. Kalia and Rosemary watch this scene of coquetry in amazement, not believing that their brother and emperor could be like this. Rosemary remarks with a sly smile that Ariel, as the older sister, has every right to interfere in the affairs of her future husband. Kalia notes with admiration that Cedric is a true genius for having managed to return Ashildr's ancient magic to the Empire. Rosemary is shocked by what she heard, unable to believe that Lady Ariel is the same legendary sorceress. Kalia, with a sly smile, hints to Rosemary that she should have understood everything by now, and this hint makes the girl freeze. Despite the skepticism of the aristocracy, the resurrection of the ancient princess and her recognition is only a matter of time. It becomes clear that Ariel, as the bearer of ancient magic, can become the new center of power in the Empire. Rosemary realizes that Kalia is hinting at her own benefit. Ariel's devotion will elevate not only her, but the entire family. The princess asks Rosemary in bewilderment why she hasn't looked into this matter yet. Despite all the rumors, Kalia ignores Rosemary's question, redirecting it to Seti, and with a touch of irony suggests that he do what he came to Ariel for. Seti invites Ariel to meet some people in the garden, having prepared a mysterious surprise for her. The heroine agrees with curiosity, but an inner voice tells her that the magicians from the tower are hiding behind this invitation. The ecstatic mages greet Ariel as a deity, begging her to teach them ancient and powerful magic. Young wizards are ready to study any magic, even the most minor, in order to adapt it to everyday life. Ariel is surprised by such zeal and asks why they were not allowed to see her earlier. Seti explains with a smile that after the ball, all the magicians literally went crazy with the desire to meet the heiress of the Arundel family. The emperor recalls with irritation how the annoying magicians unceremoniously barged into his room from the very morning. The guy, with a frightening smile, admits that he seriously considered killing the annoying petitioners in order to find peace. One of the magicians, ignoring the emperor's menacing gaze, enthusiastically offers Ariel to try the new strawberry milk. Ariel suddenly remembers her brother Daniel, whose ideas about edible magic seem surprisingly similar to modern ones. A shocking thought flashes through the heroine's head. What if Daniel was somehow able to be reborn in this world? Heavy memories of the battlefield, where the girl buried her brother herself, force her to abandon this crazy idea. Enthusiastic mages look to Ariel with hope, dreaming of being allowed to study with the great sorceress. Ariel decides to put the past aside and focus on the present, realizing that she needs to enlist the help of the mages. The heroine gives the magicians their first task, handing them a scroll depicting a complex magic circle. Young wizards eagerly study ancient symbols, trying to unravel the secret of super-fast magic. Their guesses range from magical fuel to a way to enhance magical power, but the truth turns out to be more complex. Ariel is surprised to note that the mages, while not at her level of skill, have the same basic foundation as in the past. The girl promises the magicians that studying this circle will not only take a lot of time, but will also open up new magical abilities for them. Having given the mages food for thought, Ariel moves on to the main question that has been troubling her from the very beginning: which of them is studying the sex? The magicians cautiously clarify whether they are talking about bloody sacrificial rituals. The young wizards recall that the study of black magic was long forbidden, and curiously ask Ariel about her interest. The heroine throws out a direct question, trying to find out whether the temple has any connection with the dark cult. The magicians are perplexed, because for them, sectarianism is an ancient religion of fanatics that has nothing in common with a modern temple. The conversation turns to complaints. The magicians are offended that the priests, using simple magic, receive honor and donations. Ariel deduces that the current temple is not connected to the Kelsian cult, but their suspicious hatred towards her is alarming. The heroine decides that she will have to dig deeper into the temple's affairs, and gives the magicians a new, more specific task. Sadie notes with satisfaction that the support of the mages is the key to great power in the Empire. The Emperor quietly approaches Ariel, and his sudden appearance takes the girl by surprise. The guy hints at a recent kiss with a teasing smile, and his confidence only increases the heroine's embarrassment. At this time, chaos reigns in the magic tower. The magicians are fiercely arguing about the purpose of the ancient circle. Some see it as a formula for a new fuel, others as a spell for a powerful explosion, and their dispute threatens catastrophe. Rumors of an explosion in the magic tower reach Ariel, and the girl anxiously picks up a book. Rosemary reports that the tower's budget is nearly exhausted, and the mages are now demanding increased funding for defensive measures. Ariel realizes that the circle's magic should not have caused the explosion, and understands that the mages made a serious mistake. The girl imagines herself as the main criminal, accused of terrorism, and this thought makes her act. The heroine resolutely declares that she will personally go to the tower to sort out the situation. Ariel's appearance in the magic tower causes a sensation, and the magicians cannot believe their eyes. The wizards step aside in awe before the legendary sorceress, whose visit seems like a dream to them. The tower master greets Ariel, expressing great honor at her unexpected visit. Ariel is pleased to finally find herself in a modern magic tower, a stronghold of the Empire's finest minds. However, what she sees is complete chaos. Books are scattered, and the disorder is a reminder of the recent explosion. The magicians sheepishly admit that they have not yet had time to sort through the ancient tomes that were delivered to them. Ariel realizes with irony that the magicians didn't even try to read the books, since they couldn't identify them. The girl easily points out that one book is about cooking, and the other is about fishing, which shocks the magicians. The heroine decides to take matters into her own hands, realizing that she cannot abandon such a treasure to the mercy of fate. Ariel quickly puts the books in order, sorting them into categories, and her knowledge of ancient languages amazes everyone present. The mages are delighted that their new mentor has come to teach them ancient languages and the secrets of magical circles. The Tower Master confirms that the desk where Ariel works belongs to the Emperor, and that all of his research is kept there. The girl realizes that in front of her are all the traces of 10 years of Sidi's life, which he lived without her, studying magic. Ariel realizes that these people knew Seti long before she arrived, and decides to learn more about him. The head of the tower does not dare to evaluate the Emperor as a person, but is ready to talk about him as a great magician. With awe in his voice, the magician describes Seti as an amazing, erudite, and powerful wizard. Ariel is perplexed. She doesn't understand what Sidi could have done to make these people so afraid of him. The magician explains with a sly smile that respect for the Emperor is quite natural, because his magical abilities are astounding. Seti's true power is revealed, and he not only possesses ancient spells, but is also capable of creating entirely new magic. His talent, inherited from the imperial family, made him the object of close attention of magicians and engineers. With the tower's support, Seti began a merciless purge of his opponents, and the palace filled with the smell of blood. Ariel realizes with horror that the rumors about the assassins the Emperor was hunting were true. The question of who sent the assassins to Seti hangs in the air, and Ariel understands that many more dark discoveries await her. The Magi say that the assassination attempts on Seti led to a total purge, with several aristocratic families completely wiped out. Ariel recalls that powerful protective circles were installed in the palace, which she herself helped create to protect the prince. Kalaya reveals that Felix's supporters were behind the assassination attempts, but after their alliance with Cedric, the terror ended. Ariel looks at Kalia suspiciously, reminding her of Felix's close connection to the temple. The princess confirms that Felix is a temple saint, and his mother is the younger sister of Marquis Kelton. The Magi report the capture of one of the sectarian researchers, who was caught for making strange speeches about sacrifices. Ariel is pleased to realize that her decision to turn to the magicians was the right one. The heroine realizes that a fanatical thirst for knowledge forced this magician to study not only the temple, but also the ancient cult. Ariel is only interested in one thing. Where is this valuable source of information now? The magician regretfully reports that the scientist escaped on his way to prison, leaving behind a mysterious and frightening message. The news that the cultists want to sacrifice Felix shocks Ariel. It becomes clear that for fanatics, the more valuable the blood, the higher the value of the sacrifice, and a saint from the imperial family is the ideal candidate. Kalia admits that this is the first time she has heard of such a threat against her brother. The magicians confirm that Felix really locked himself in the temple after losing power, fearing the cultists. The girl understands that magicians, thanks to their phenomenal memory and love of gossip, are an invaluable source of information. Ariel thinks about Prince Felix, and her gaze becomes serious. The girl realizes that the magic circle can be deciphered in another way, and this discovery gives her a new idea. The mages thank Ariel with delight, recognizing that her knowledge opens up completely new horizons for them. Ariel gives the mages strict instructions to work properly and not to deviate into strange research. The heroine decides that she doesn't need permission to take Seti's research materials, as they will help her in the fight against a common enemy. Ariel explains that she wants to study Seti's diary to see how far he has progressed in his research during her absence. The girl, with a sly smile, declares that she must evaluate his work, since she is his first teacher. The heroine excitedly anticipates peering into the secrets of Seti's past, and decides to start reading immediately. Kalia anxiously tries to stop Ariel, hinting that the contents of the diary might shock her. Rosemary curiously asks if this refers to the 10 years Ariel was absent. Ariel is surprised to realize that she is not greeted by the little boy she knew, but by a mature and confident Seti. The heroine tries to hide her embarrassment behind reproaches, scolding Seti for entering her room without asking. Ariel proudly talks about how she took charge of the mages, and admits that their level turned out to be higher than she expected. Seti remarks with a slight grin that Ariel seems to have found a new pastime. The Emperor, with icy calm, suggests closing the tower, and this unexpected statement leaves Ariel in shock. Seti immediately steps back, pretending he hadn't said anything, and a gentle smile lights up his face. Ariel feels betrayed and looks at the Emperor with suspicion, feeling a dark mood. The girl enthusiastically shows Seti his old diary, which she found in the tower. Seti calmly confirms that it is his old research journal, without betraying his excitement. Ariel excitedly declares that these notes are the key to his past, and she intends to read them all immediately. The heroine reads aloud the key words from the diary: captivity, arrest, binding, seal, and her face stretches with horror. A girl finds a sinister note on how to keep the woman she loves by breaking her ankles and shackling her. Seti calmly explains that he gleaned this wisdom from a book Ansel gave him. The Emperor, with a gentle smile, admits that he has nothing to hide, because for all 10 years, he only dreamed of finding her. Seti's revelations about his obsession drive Ariel hysterical, and she, horrified, demands that he shut up. Seti covers her mouth with her hand in embarrassment, unable to hide her smile from Ariel's naive reproaches. The Emperor makes a direct and disarming confession of his feelings, which plunges Ariel into complete confusion. The boy explains that 10 years of fruitless searching have taught him to value words more than violent detention. Seti fondly remembers how one smile from him could make her forget about everything in the world. Rosemary notices with concern the tired look of Ariel, who has been secluded in the library since early morning. The heroine recalls with annoyance the previous night, when Seti's bright smile deprived her of sleep and peace. Ariel realizes that the Emperor's behavior since the ball has become too bold and assertive. The girl remembers his playful reminder of the engagement ring and the sense of responsibility, and her heart begins to beat faster. A terrifying thought flashes through Ariel's mind. Sidi was following the ominous notes in his diary and really was going to lock her away. The heroine understands that all his actions, patience, and restraint were only part of a well-thought-out plan to keep her. This discovery makes Ariel take a new look at Seti, who, it turns out, has himself realized the unacceptability of violence. Rosemary interrupts Ariel's thoughts, surprised by the huge number of invitations from families in the church congregation. Ariel is surprised to realize that there were far more temple supporters who survived the purge than she thought. Kalia explains that last time they only managed to catch small fish, while the big players remained in the shadows. The princess speaks disdainfully of the temple, calling them hypocrites who are willing to do anything for power. Ariel asks with interest to tell more about the dark deeds of the temple. Marquis Kelton, despite losing the title race, remains one of the prime suspects in the assassination attempt on Sidi. Now, after the failure, the Marquis is trying to promote his daughter to the position of Empress, continuing his game for power. Kalia sarcastically remarks that Violet is simply unlucky, since she cannot become Empress as long as Ariel is alive. Ariel is surprised to learn that Felix's mother, who is called a saint, is the younger sister of the Marquis of Kelton. Saint Mother Felix was a truly righteous woman who tried to stop the fratricidal war for the throne. This woman became a victim of the greed of the former emperor, whose ambitions gave rise to a bloody struggle between the heirs. Kalia speaks with contempt of the madness of the emperor, who lost everything most precious while clinging to power. The princess recalls the unbearable mental pain that can be so strong that one wants to die. Ariel accepts the wish for a long life with irony, because for her, who has lived for 1,000 years, this is not difficult. Kalia is determined to not let her brother down, and therefore Ariel must live long. Rosemary is surprised by the huge number of invitations, which have become the main topic of discussion among the aristocrats. Ariel decides to divide all invitations into 3 categories: from the emperor's supporters, from the new aristocracy, and from the temple. The girl thinks about the upcoming ball, realizing that it will become a key event in her fight against the Marquise and the cult of Kelsion. Violet remembers how at the ball, the saint used a mirror to confirm Ariel's identity. Ariel's unnatural reaction makes Violet think that someone had told her the correct answer in advance. Violet decides that further testing is necessary to confirm Ariel's true identity. Ariel cannot understand whether there is a connection between the modern temple and the ancient cult, and this question does not give her peace. In the shadows of the conspiracy, a mysterious figure lurks, pulling the strings and controlling events. The heroine senses that there is someone else in the Marquis of Kelton's entourage and decides to accept the invitation to the ball. With a sly smile, Ariel announces that she is heading straight to the enemy's lair, the house of Marquis Kelton. Ariel's appearance at the Marquis's ball causes a sensation, and the guests begin to whisper. The aristocrats are perplexed. They do not understand why the emperor extends his hand to his enemy and why his sister is next to him. Rosemary notes with annoyance that Ariel's first ball is not taking place in her own house, but at her enemy's. Ariel notices with irony how her sweet little Rosemary's mood has worsened, and realizes that she herself does not like this ball at all. Ariel notes the strange atmosphere at the ball with irony and prepares herself for another round of ridiculous rumors. Rosemary smiles and says that Kalia has already earned the nickname Rescue Dog. Ariel's imagination paints a grotesque picture of trainers and a 3-headed dog. Kalia confirms the rumors about the rabid dogs and the kennel owner, which leaves Rosemary perplexed. Ariel looks at Rosemary tenderly, admiring her fiery yet sweet nature. Ariel's appearance at the Marquis's ball with the imperial family's engagement ring becomes the main topic of gossip. The guests are expecting Violet's candidacy for the role of Empress, and Ariel's presence throws their plans into disarray. Violet can barely contain her rage as she watches Ariel walk out into the world with the ring that should have been hers. Felix tries to calm Violet down, reminding her that she didn't call him to worry about her rival. Violet coldly pushes the prince away, ordering him to think only of the Ehrgerzog, who is also a member of the imperial family. Felix bitterly reproaches Violet, not understanding why she is ready to give up the place of Empress to another. Violet bursts into tears, declaring that she wouldn't have to try so hard if Felix were on the throne. The prince agrees with a grin that if he were an emperor, he would not have to endure such an insult. Felix gently touches Violet's forehead, asking ironically if she called him for help because of her own inability to take the place of empress. The prince warns Violet against rash actions, reminding her that she cannot stand against Kalia alone. Violet looks at Ariel with hatred, blaming her for all her failures. The ball continues, but Ariel feels boredom and tension in the air. The heroine tries to cheer up Rosemary by inviting her to chat with friends. Kalia joins the conversation, expressing regret that the emperor was unable to attend the ball. Felix's unexpected appearance interrupts their conversation, and his icy gaze directed at Violet does not bode well. Kalia rudely interrupts Felix, demanding that he observe etiquette, but the prince dismisses her remark with contempt. Ariel counters Felix's attacks with a grin, reminding him that her royal status is already confirmed. The heroine confidently declares that her origin is not a deception, but a confirmed fact that many believe. Felix hatefully declares that Ariel has no place here because the gods reject her. Ariel ponders the prince's words, speculating that the gods' hostility may be due to their proximity to the cult of Kelsion. The girl decides to test her guess by releasing energy that the gods should not reject. The heroine is confident that her power, which can influence the sacrificial ritual, should be accepted by the gods. Felix is shocked by what he sees and cannot understand the nature of this energy, asking if Ariel was a priest. The prince realizes that this power is not divine, but something else, similar to life itself. Ariel sees this power as confirmation of her connection to the ritual she interrupted. The heroine challenges Felix, claiming that his gods and her sect are one and the same. Ariel directly accuses the temple of intending to kidnap her, using the cultists for this purpose. The true goal of the sect is revealed. They were hunting not Ariel, but Prince Felix, a top-tier candidate. Ariel realizes that Felix was targeted by the fanatics even after he took refuge in the temple. Felix, in a rage, calls Ariel a witch and a cultist, unable to accept what he heard. Kalia imperiously stops her brother, reproaching him for being rude to his mistress. The princess grabs Felix by the collar, suspiciously asking if he himself is connected with the cultists. Kalia says with disdain that if Felix were on the throne, she would get rid of a victim like him. The princess lets her brother go, asking with a cold smile if he intends to continue making noise. Felix leaves, throwing a threat over his shoulder that he won't let that happen, and his words are full of determination. Felix looks at Ariel with hatred, lumping her, Cedric, and Kalia together as one group of despicable cultists. Ariel wonders if she's wrong about the temple, since its representatives so vehemently deny any connection with Kelsion. The heroine remembers that some guests at the ball reacted strangely to her power and decides to test her suspicions. Kalia undertakes to compile a list of everyone who has shown interest in power and conduct a thorough check. Ariel adds that this list must also include everyone close to Marquis Kelton. A sudden incident involving a mysterious stranger who roughly grabs a girl by the hand attracts everyone's attention. The stranger apologizes for his rudeness, but his apologies seem like part of some kind of performance to Ariel. Rosemary recognizes the man as the Marquis's servant, who seems to be in charge of the entire ballroom. The girl is struck by the mysterious and attractive aura of this man, and she is surprised that the Marquis has such a servant. Ariel feels an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. The stranger's face seems vaguely familiar to her, even though she sees him for the first time. A vision from the distant past emerges in the girl's memory, and she feels a strange longing for something long forgotten. Unable to cope with the overwhelming emotions, Ariel rushes off, leaving Rosemary completely bewildered. The heroine accidentally bumps into another guest, who displeasedly reproaches her for her haste. The man looks at Ariel with disdain, scolding her for her lack of self-esteem. The stranger arrogantly declares that Ariel will have to work hard on herself to become worthy of Cedric. Kalia is surprised to recognize the impudent man as her younger brother, Brian. Ariel is shocked because she remembers Brian as a fat and nasty boy who constantly bullied Sadie. The heroine heard that Brian had lost a lot of weight, but she couldn't imagine that he would change beyond recognition. Memories of little Sadie's suffering awaken in Ariel, a desire for revenge on his tormentor. Kalia explains that Brian was only left alive because Cedric simply forgot about his existence. Brian recalls with horror how fear forced him to lose weight while locked in a room without food or water. Brian's distorted memories paint a picture of Cedric as a ruthless monster ready to kill him. Kalaya notes with irony that Brian, despite his obsession, understood Cedric's true character well. Brian enthusiastically decides to make amends by showering Cedric's future wife with the most luxurious jewelry. Ariel is surprised to learn that all these treasures are magical stones. Rosemary encourages Ariel to take advantage of the opportunity, as Brian's family is incredibly wealthy. Kalia invites Ariel to go with Brian to take advantage of his generosity. Brian announces with pathos that he has brought jewelry especially for Cedric's bride. The young man gratefully remembers that Cedric saved his life, and now he must repay him. Brian decides to make Ariel a woman worthy of Cedric by showering her with precious stones. The guy proudly shows off the amazing handiwork he found at a foreign factory. Ariel takes away the beautiful but useless embroidered scarf with slight disdain. The ancient book given to her by the guild turns out to be a fake, and the heroine rejects it without hesitation. Brian is perplexed, because usually people get lost when they see such treasures. Ariel easily chooses several pieces of jewelry that she likes, because for a princess, owning jewelry is natural. Rosemary is delighted with so many treasures, and Ariel invites her to choose a gift for herself. Brian panics and shouts that he won't give anything more, and his generosity quickly dries up. Ariel, with a sly smile, recalls one detail from the past that makes Brian tense. The heroine reminds him of the bloody marks on little Seti's body, and Brian's face distorts with horror. Ariel realizes that the moment she mentions Seti, Brian gets worked up, and she decides to use this to her advantage. The appearance of Baron Cedric Grendel at the ball attracts everyone's attention. Rumors of a power capable of saving the dead lead one of the guests to dream of holding a mysterious ceremony. Daniel realizes that Ariel has deliberately set a trap to identify those who will respond to her power. The young man realizes with alarm that Ariel may have guessed his true nature. Daniel's memories flash back to an enraged Ariel accusing him of deception. The pain from her words that they would never meet again still lives in his heart. Daniel wonders if Ariel will rebuke him again, or if her reaction will be different. Fran reports that the surveillance on them has been neutralized, and all traces have been covered. Daniel speaks with contempt of the fanatics who have been caught up in the madness of the Kelsion religion. The young man understands that he was almost caught because of these fanatics and the alienation of the temple. The number of people losing consciousness from the power that has come to Ariel is growing, and this is becoming a serious problem. Fran reports the creation of a secret society, separate from the temple, that no longer needs unruly fanatics. Daniel decides to drive all the fanatics into the monster forest to start hunting the pagans. The young man is even ready to betray his beliefs in order to gain strength and wait for the arrival of the one who dreams. Daniel realizes that he has no excuse now and is ready to accept his fate. Seti's sudden appearance at the ball comes as a complete surprise to Ariel. The girl looks in surprise at the Emperor, who came for her despite all the restrictions. Ariel doesn't understand how Seti was able to bypass the complicated procedure for participating in the ball for the Emperor. The guests discuss with bewilderment how such a stately man can be only a baron. Seti smiles as he talks about the fake family he revived, causing Ariel's pupils to dilate. Seti wonders if Ariel achieved her goals at the ball, but the girl understands that the real work is just beginning. Brian enthusiastically suggests a nighttime stroll through the Empire, calling it the perfect route for a date. Rosemary speaks disdainfully of Brian, comparing him to an annoying old chihuahua. The assistant reports to Seti about the investigation, which was carried out thanks to the joint efforts of the Truth Hunters and the Aragerzog. The Emperor, with icy calm, asks about the fate of the one who approached Ariel at the ball. It turns out that Aragerzog's men were pursuing suspicious individuals, scouting the area to avoid the Marquise's eye. Seti finally feels relief, because the one who approached Ariel is dead. The murdered man turns out to be Viscount Jerez, one of the investigators of the Truth Pursuers, who was dealing with the cultists. No one knows who brought him to the ball, and his unusual appearance should have been striking, but no one saw him. Ariel and Seti are alone in the garden, and Seti feels the tension in the air. The heroine notices that there is someone in the garden who makes her uneasy and decides to find out about him later. The Emperor's assistant offers to eliminate this minor, but potentially dangerous threat, Sedai gives a merciless order to find this man and bring him to him, keeping him secret from Ariel. The maids discuss how, after the ball, Brian became a frequent guest at the Marquise's, and each time he comes with expensive gifts. The girls are delighted with the luxurious stones, which even surpass Mrs. Florence's jewelry. Ariel, overhearing the conversation, is surprised to learn that some of Brian's gifts were sold for cash. Ariel's assistant meticulously records all the income, and the girl asks ironically why such precision. Ariel notes with satisfaction that Brian's gifts can be sold without a twinge of conscience, unlike Sedai's gifts. Thanks to this enterprise, the girl finally has her own savings, and she can afford anything she wants. Ariel looks forward to surprising Sedai with a satisfied smile, but her thoughts are interrupted by the unexpected appearance of the Emperor himself. Sedai tells Ariel that he has come to tell her about the results of the investigation she asked her to conduct. The heroine anxiously tries to understand what kind of general unrest has engulfed the palace after the events at the ball. The girl is surprised to learn that the man who approached her is dead, and the one who brought him has disappeared without a trace. Ariel recalls that the mysterious stranger seemed to be a good friend of the Marquise, and she was sure that he would be easily found. The heroine realizes with suspicion that this man is hiding so carefully that no one knows anything about him. Sedai adds that there is something even more suspicious connected to Marquis Kelton and the temple. All the believers disappeared from the temple, and even the priests and saints went into hiding, creating an ominous silence. This strange lull began immediately after the mystery man's disappearance, and Daniel feels it's no coincidence. Sedai reports that it was from this moment that traces of the sect began to be traced back to those whom no one would have previously suspected. Ariel is confident that there is something in the temple that directly connects it to the cultists, and she intends to find out.